Okay, guys, welcome everybody. Welcome to the
Hey,
Citizen
hey.
Science Podcast. Hey, Sam. Hey, Jillian.
That was a
I'm
rather
happy
interesting
everybody's
intro. I liked
here.
it. I did like
Yeah,
it.
well, it's something I threw together, so it's better
Little
than
choppy on
nothing.
the feed in between, but then everybody's having internet
Okay.
issues today.
Actually, I can't tell you how many times I had to save it and then make change. I mean, like 7 times just to get it uploaded because the timing would change over and over again on things. So I'm still working out some kinks as we go, but it's a start. But hi, I'm Rebecca, everybody. We have Sam and Julian with us, and I'm happy you all are here. And guess who's first in line today? It's Dennis. Hi, Dennis.
Hi, Dennis.
And yeah,
Hey,
I know
look,
it's nighttime where he is, so he's.
we almost got to read Jillian's palm there for a second.
And hi, Michelle. Got Michelle with us, and T. Racy. Good evening.
Okay.
It's afternoon here, but hi, how are you? Andrea's playing it safe over on YouTube. Hi, Andrea. And we have Julian.
Hi there.
Christopher. Hi, Christopher.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you there for a minute. I didn't know what was going on.
Oh, and
That was
Rocket
you
Man.
were talking about pulling your
Man,
ear. I
he's
was
sending
wondering
a
who you
little
were talking to.
emoji. Yeah. Hi, Rocket Man. Happy you're here. Let's see. I got Michelle and Andrea. Oh, Katie. Katie Joe. Hi, Katie Joe. She's going to be a feature guest a little later in the show. So
Yay.
have Katie on later. And Thomas in Germany. Hi, Thomas. Glad you're here.
Yes,
So we're starting out the show. Hi. So how's your week been, Sam?
Interesting. Pain in the butt in some cases. And normal week, interesting sightings. We have been in the weird gray, foggy, hazy thing that half the planet is currently suffering from the light issue that everybody just thinks is local, but it's not. It's worldwide, and there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of back studying on, that storm that we talked about all the way from Chiron to Zoltar and everything else, and they immediately had another name storm for Gillian and Mark and those guys over there the other day. What did they call that, Gillian?
We had one called Hank.
Yeah,
We had Garrett,
right.
and then we had Hank, and
Right,
I don't know.
yeah,
I think
that was
there might be
one.
another one coming.
Yeah, and then France is flooding, and parts of Ireland are flooding, and
England's really bad down in Nottingham, around down there, which
right.
is really
I got
bad.
Mark sent me some stuff on that, and I did look into it. And there's a lot of flooding going on in the middle band, and just in the northern hemisphere, just above central troposphere, center band of the planet. And from what I understand, China and Russia are just literally the North Pole from hell.
Of the planet.
Yeah, there it goes again.
There it goes
From
again.
what I understand, China and Russia are just literally the North Pole
Echo.
from hell of the planet.
Yeah, there it goes again.
There it goes again. I'm looking for myself.
China and Russia are just.
Hi, Jillian. How are you today?
I just have to touch this thing, and it goes off like that.
It's just a Jillian thing. It's
Turn your
okay.
volume down on your extra stuff before we go on.
Hi,
So,
Karina.
yeah, I say that every show, but it's
Happy
okay.
you're
We
here.
expect it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've had a crappy, dizzy, not feeling well day, and I hope to God, we were talking right before the show how I went to the store and I walk up to the counter to pay for my eggs, my cherry pie, and the stuff I bought, and Drano. I bought Drano, and immediately the guy across the counter, the cashier, coughs directly on me, and I feel the wind on my face, and I didn't even pay any attention to the particulate, but and it's like everybody around me is sick and I'm not sick, and all of a sudden today I'm dizzy, my ears are ringing, I can barely breathe, and all of this, like, no. And I was talking to Daniel in Louisiana on the phone here right before the show, and I had to actually shorten up our conversation because I needed to get ready. And he's having terrible issues with the internet, and of course they've got that moisture band that just went through over the top of them weather-wise.
Yeah.
So, oh, by the way, if you're anywhere from Oklahoma to Nebraska to Texas to Missouri, etc., in the next couple of days, be ready for an incoming major storm. It's crossing over the top of me right now. It's incoming as we speak. The temperature's already dropping, but most of the weather is, of course, going to go around me. But anyway.
Right. I know the temperature is going to drop in a few days. Like right now, it's 41, and in a few days, the high is going to be in the teens.
Yeah,
here in Oklahoma. So that's pretty cool. It's not.
Well, it's actually just cold enough to snow that we should actually get some snow. Some flakes. Whether it's not going to be, of course, rain, and of course, the East Coast is getting nailed right now. Anywhere within Pennsylvania and the Great Lakes area. They're going to have lake effect all the way through Boston and
just
everything.
Just going to say hi to Brendan. Sorry, Sam. I'm trying to keep up with everybody. Brendan. Sorry. And Freezy. Hi, Freezy Peach. Nice to see you here. As usual, you're always here.
That's great.
Let There Be Light. Hello. How are you? Happy you're here. And... yeah, we'll talk about the Miami thing for sure. It's fishy. I think experimental, elemental. Hi there. Everybody's just so prompt and on time. It's so nice. We already have a good sized crowd and we just get started. So
that's true. We have a following too as well. People who are regulars. Really. I'd like to thank you all for showing up.
How much is it at? I'm busy trying to get my other phone to stop being bad and entering into the conversation all by itself.
Did you try repair procedure 1?
Huh?
Repair procedure 1. That's where you hit it with a bigger hammer.
Oh God, it's just making me crazy. All I want to do is follow what the people are saying, so that if I use one phone to watch you guys because the tablet wouldn't come on, it keeps doing retarded things like talking. Like 2 sentences behind what you're actually saying.
That's the delay. Yeah, that's the standard. It's got to go up to space and then come back to you.
It's just
so, Sam. I don't know. I just saw bits and pieces of this last night on.
What TikTok. Is this Miami thing? You lost.
Yeah,
I have a small video, short video. So let me play it real quick so we all understand what we're talking about. Okay, but there was this big deal about aliens possibly being spotted in Miami.
Is that what all the 300 police
what went down in Miami a couple days ago? There was a bunch of police officers that were in the Bayside area.
Oh, yeah, is that what's happening? I heard about that.
The news is reporting saying that it's because a bunch of teenagers set off fireworks. But eyewitnesses that were there said that they claim that they saw massive 6 to 10 feet tall beings walking around. Take a look.
It's literally a North Pole the planet. China and Russia are just
doing it again, huh? Yeah, that's a lot of cop cars just for kids firing off fireworks. I don't believe it. Yeah, that's enough cops for an alien presence. Yeah, that's everybody in town is there. Well, there's been a lot of sightings. Even before the show, I was watching this thing where this guy is talking about how they're having this giant in a deep sea diving suit that they're all working on. Now, I don't believe it's completely true by what I saw, but there's an awful lot of information going off all over the world about direct alien contact, and I wouldn't doubt it. And then we saw that Stargate or wormhole video that we posted yesterday, which also I referred back to the week before on the last show on Tuesday, where we saw this really weird muddling spray-like craft spraying a water-like open gate.
What?
Completely different than everybody else's. The previous ones we always saw with a beam. But then now, and then 3, 4, 5 days later, we're seeing a directly open, existent, stable wormhole, which makes me wonder who's coming through it or who's going out of it. So, there's a lot of stuff going on, and I think people really need to, weigh them carefully. Don't believe everything you're seeing, but yet at the same time, maybe focus a little bit more, because there's something in the air. I can just feel something's wrong. Something's weird. And then, of course, look at the geologic. There's a lot of earthquakes going on.
Oh yeah, I just got a video sent to me just before the show, and the man was saying, share this far and wide as fast as possible, because they're not reporting all the quakes, they're not reporting all the stuff, and I can guarantee that this video will get taken down just within the hour or so. So I was trying to watch it, but he was adamant, like, so I can't even remember his name. It's on my GeoWars group. But,
you should send it to me and I'll save it.
I think I did send it to you. I did send it because
there's a cluster. There's been a huge cluster of earthquakes going on in Presidio, Texas, and all of that. And,
yeah, he was talking about that. He was talking about the East Coast.
There was just a 3.5 in Redwood Valley, California today. I'm looking for the time.
Apparently you had one at Yellowstone as well or something.
Oh, well, not one. We've had up here for the week, we've had quite a few small ones all the way running around me. Of course, it runs up the Rockies and up into Flathead Lake and all of that, and all up the escarpment there along Sealy and the Bob Marshall and all of that. There's been an awful lot of interestingly small developing quakes, and Washington State is having in between the Seattle and that extra island area that everybody has a swamp way in between, but actually it's ocean. And there's been an awful lot going off, and Mount Rainier and Mount St. Helens have had activity, and then of course I'm looking at one right now, the Redwood Valley. In California and all of that. So, and then Alaska's hopping and 3.0 in Ozinki, Alaska. And there's a lot, and I haven't even looked at the other side of the world. Oh, there was a rather large.
I was going to say, what I notice is, while there are these additional increases in the earthquakes, we've been also seeing, let me get this folder pulled up of all the colorful asteroids. We've been seeing like way more rainbow clouds, which are
I got a couple more today.
Yeah, I mean, just like, so I feel like that's a connection for sure. Like things are just closer.
Yeah,
more
asteroids. Watching the red asteroids. The other thing,
a lot of really great pictures coming in from Italy all week. So and I really encourage somebody to restart Italian Skywatchers. If you're an older member from that site and you know how they did things, I'd appreciate it if you'd somehow try to get those guys back up and running, because we'd like to add you as a sister site. You don't have to have a great deal of activity, just enough that we can get some reports in, depending on how heavily you want to run it or whatever. And I apologize ahead of time. I'm going to be a little shaky of speech today. I don't feel really good. I almost canceled, but I don't do that unless
we don't have to.
And I may run into where I don't feel good at all, and I might have to quit the show, but I doubt it. I mean, it's possible.
Right.
So I want to, because I'm having a little trouble breathing and talking here, and
oh man,
I boil water, and that's and I'm feeling better, but
right.
Super sticker Rocket Man, thank you. Wow.
Oh,
anyway, and I rarely get ill, except I've been around so many sick people this week. I want to scream. And people, if you're out there and you're ill, don't go to work. I mean, don't cough on the rest of the world and keep spreading this shit around. Stay home. Even if you call it a remote cold and you get by, in the interest of what we just went through with the COVID scare and all of that shit, it's not worth sharing it to older people, because there's some older people. Yeah, look at that there. We've seen this one. There's older people out there that will end up dying if you cough on them.
Thank you, Rocket Man. I just want to let you know how much we appreciate you. Really, that helps out a lot. It really does. It makes our lives a little bit more comfortable, So, all right, let's go back to my new folder here.
Yeah, we have to relook
on
at
a new
how.
picture, but I found this one when I was going through some old things, and I don't know, I just love it so much, so I threw it in there. But it's an
You know the
older
date
pic.
on this?
No, I don't
A couple
remember.
years ago,
A couple of
months
years.
ago.
It's been a couple of years.
Most likely, then it's at 2.
Wow. Okay. It just, it's so obviously perfect as far as the curve goes. I just love it.
Yeah, right.
So,
Oh my God, I'm on my last Ricola. Oh no.
Oh no, Sam.
Yeah, I am starting to
Breezy.
cough. I hope to God I'm not going to get sick.
I do too.
Oh.
Nobody wants that for any of us.
And the thing with it is I'm so overly cautious, and I barely ever go anywhere unless it's to the store for groceries for the kids and for dinner and that sort of thing. And other than that, we don't have people visit the house or anything like that. It's really rare that would ever happen. So it's like we don't get sick, and all of a sudden today my ears are ringing and I'm dizzy, and I was talking to Daniel on the phone and I'm breaking a sweat, and it's like, no, I don't feel good. So we'll see.
Gosh.
Yeah, that's the last thing I need right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just let us know if it gets to that point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If I can't do it, if I'm getting dizzy in the chair and I'm not making sense, don't blame me.
Yeah, right.
So here we are. And it's important that we do
they all have
our bi-weekly show because people count on us.
Sure.
Spoon of honey, yes, I have
spoon of honey. We got turmeric in here. We got zinc. All the standards.
Yeah. And everybody loves to hand out the old. Here's your quick remedy.
I'm all about
one of the best cold remedies. One of the best cold remedies I've ever found is if you're really ill and you're in the middle of being sick, if you eat salsa, because capsaicin has a high amount of vitamin C, but you can actually raise your body temperature and sweat out that bacteria where you elevate, and that's what a fever does. A fever will actually elevate your body temperature to kill the bacteria in your blood. And I can.
What about cayenne? Would that do that too? Because I know cayenne has a lot of benefits.
Yeah, anything that'll it depends. Of course, the capsaicin has vitamin C. I don't know what's in cayenne, but anything that will elevate your body temperature. And when I used to get ill, when I worked for the Bureau of Land Management in the winter, if I did start coming down with a cough or a cold, then I would go right. We had this Mexican restaurant that's no longer open in Missoula. I would always go there, and we were regulars there anyway. But I'd go there and eat at least 2 bowls of salsa, along with chips and everything, and then of course my beef tostada. But and I would pour on the hot sauce and just some hot peppers and you name it, and it always helped me get rid of these colds. Anyway. I'll let you talk. I'm out of breath here.
No,
I think I am getting something.
I just want it. Oh gosh, Sam.
Well, I'm short on my. I'm
just
talking.
Know it. I know that feeling when you know. But maybe whatever it is, it's really mild.
Yeah, short-lived. Short-lived.
Right.
Always think positive.
This one was one of mine. Like I said, I was going through my old videos. I looked for like an hour for an old video, and I finally found it, and then ended up not using it for the intro.
This is recent. This is within the last 6 to 8 months, and this is his Saturn Jello Moon and his Saturn and Nibiru.
Yes, it's not recent. I mean, it's probably a couple of years old.
I don't think not a couple of years old. This would have to be a year old or newer. Because that sort of shape right there and the size of the Saturn Jello Moon has only been going on for about a year and a half at the most.
All right, I'll double check that because I'm curious. Yeah, but I just loved how, obvious the drastic difference between blue and yellow is. I mean, that doesn't make any other sense other than there's something.
Oh yeah, and I've been running that through my brain again all week, because there's people going, well, how come that, everybody else doesn't know about this, and how come the government isn't telling us, and how come meteorologists and, astronomers or whatever aren't talking about this? Look at the grief that we get, let alone professionals who, need to rely on their paycheck and everything else. And thank God I am not one of those people that has to stand in there and weigh that. I don't think I'd be successful weighing that. I think I'd go, screw this, screw the job. I'm telling people. which is basically what I did back in 1980. So yeah,
Right.
there's another definition of some light issues going on with the hourglass shape and the pinch, and then the illumination above. And this is dated. What is the date?
22
I have to
April
blow this up to
of
see it.
2022.
Oh, 2022. Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
Now I can see it. Yeah, 04/24/22.
So basically, at the bottom of the V shape on the top illumination, right under that is where a planet is cutting.
Or an
Right.
asteroid. Yeah, it's asteroid size. It
Yeah.
saw a really
Okay.
good.
Just above the bottom illumination.
I got a really good picture yesterday of literally the same thing right here.
Hi,
Where
Sabrina. Hi there.
we know that the tan asteroid is currently illuminating, and it's also matching the site drawing because I drew that in ahead of time, knowing that the tan asteroid and the salamander asteroid group on the side face of Uri would be illuminating much more brightly than it was the month before, and it's proven to be true. So yeah, normal, but not normal.
Right. The new normal.
But yeah, the
It's
new
normal
normal. Yeah.
So this is Atu's moon, right?
Most likely, yes.
I go back and forth because of these,
Well,
striped.
remember, Nepacity is behind. And so that's what is on the lower right behind, off the middle of the
Behind.
drop core. And red asteroid is in the middle left. And
But
then,
these
of course, you've got
particular
the
stripes are
Nepacity
Atu's
core
moon.
is cutting into the sun. And that's behind Atu and Atu's moon. And that's what it makes it a hard call. But this is, the dance, which we've always referred to as the dance between those two planets.
I got that picture added today. I'll share that too.
Okay.
That you're drawing, I mean.
Yeah. I knew what you meant.
Yeah. You know what I mean.
I'm gonna be silly today, guys. My ears are ringing and I'm dizzy as hell.
So can you hear me again?
Yes, I can hear you.
Gillian was putting the lampshade on her head earlier, so she's already partying on her
Gillian's getting ready. She's getting practice for her parade dance tomorrow. Is it tomorrow your birthday?
Happy birthday to me.
There you go.
Yeah.
I guess that's
Tomorrow.
sort of a UK thing, dancing around with a lampshade. That was, of course,
I'll be dancing around when I try to put the thing on, man, because I'm so short. I need a tall person to put that thing on.
Yeah, in this drawing, Nepacity's in the front, and this is what we refer to the dance, but in the actual picture that we saw prior to this, the real picture, Nepacity is behind. And a lot of times, and it's dated May 1st, 2018. So there was a lot of this dance stuff going on between placement and proximity of our out view, not in actuality of our out view, where Nepacity is either in front of Atu and has been for a long time now, over a year, where it's behind Atu because of our placement as the rotation as these planets go over the top of us now. So we're, of course, back to seeing Nepacity behind Atu in the dance.
Got it. Wow.
So Nepacity's now behind and Atu's in the front again.
It's been behind for, most of all the way from spring on.
God, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like it's sitting on our heads, that thing.
Well, yeah, it is going over the top of us, but then now Atu and Atu's moon and Uri are going beyond Earth, past over us, and being illuminated in the early parts of the day, where you can actually see the facial illumination of the planet itself, because they're going past Earth like they earlier did from 2018-2019 cycle of the 180-day cycle. And then after, at the end of the cycle, they are going beyond us, which is partially why a huge amount of the close past asteroid weather reactions and lightning storms and crazy shit that's all going on right now. And increase in tectonic activity as well. And, the boil up of volcanic material, because I'm sure that some of the proximity of these planets versus Earth is affecting us electrically, not just gravitationally. So you have to take that. And this, of course, that's Nepacity. Bottom of Nepacity doing its fingering, little weird. And Nepacity is the only planet that looks like with the exception of Saru. But then Saru has a much thicker, much brighter base cloud. And I saw some good pictures that came in that shows that Cerro is on the left-hand side of the sun and far back at the horizon level, and doing its yellow-orange base cloud illumination thing again, which is awesome. Got a couple of those pictures in yesterday.
There's one Nipicity drawing. I was trying to find the other one.
That's the old one where the axis is tipped to the left, or excuse me, the right. God, I can't tell my right from my left. I'm in trouble.
It's degrading.
I even held my hand up and still called it left.
Oh no.
Hello.
Yeah.
But now, currently, it's being that it is in the middle again, over the sun, to the left-hand side as well. The axis tip flattens out when it's over the middle, and then when it moves over to the left, then of course it becomes a left axis tip as well. And so you got to take that into account in out view. And this again is Attu's moon and Attu and lead asteroid and red asteroid crossing in front of us at the lower left.
Nice.
Middle.
I think this was Zane's. I think. I'm not positive, but him and I were actually out taking pictures the other day about the same time because we can see it in our photos. I'll share that one.
In the sky. And that's the idea behind this, is when
we're about an hour apart from each other.
Of course, you guys are close to each other, so yeah.
Yeah, pretty
close.
So
you wouldn't nearly have the same clouds, but this is how we at Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru Followers Anonymous and everything, all the other sister sites, and this is how we compare pictures, and then when we see the same thing around the world all at the same time, we know they're not local clouds. That's the basic premise behind it.
I'll show you guys here in a second too. And Amanda, hi Amanda, and she's recommending onions, which I agree. I've done that a few times now, and it really helps. Like onion honey and that sort of thing definitely helps.
Yeah, I just my house is really dry, and like I said earlier, my stove died, so I can't boil as much water which is probably why my stove died, because I boil water all the time. And I need a humidifier, one of those old-fashioned humidifiers, those big brown boxes where you fill the tank in the house. And it used to be a dime a dozen all around everywhere at every pawn shop that you ever saw. Now, can I find one? No. And then I bought a newer one where it's this cold mist air thing. And I ran that in my house overnight after buying it. And it was toxic. It was pumping out all this plastic powder that I ended up breathing in. And I took the thing back to the store, got my $200+ back for it, going, this damn thing almost killed me. I couldn't even talk that day. So I was really totally pissed off.
What did you take back, Sam? Sorry.
I took back this cold air humidifier that I bought, and it was $200 some odd, and it's supposed to be the bee's knees, and all they were doing was pumping up ground plastic at me inside the machine. And I cleaned it prior. I washed it out and everything that was accessible to me, but apparently in the middle of the tube system there was all this dried up plastic dust, and I was breathing that in my room. The next morning I woke up, I could taste it, it was in my lungs, I could barely talk. It was horrible. So I took that.
Was it you?
It was production stuff. They didn't clean it, and then they stick it in a box and they sell it to you, and it's actually more toxic to you than what you're trying to cure. I was mad, and I spent days trying to recover from that. And like I said, maybe I have picked up a little bit of a lung something from somebody from the last 3 or 4 days being out. Even when I went to the battery warehouse to get a new car battery this week, the guy in front of me was sick. It's like, oh Jesus! Everywhere I go, the clerks that have to wait on me are sick, and it's like, And maybe if we as customers go, excuse me, why don't you get me a healthy person to wait on me?
And then you won't have anybody. You'll be waiting for one of them machines, and then you go over and you swipe everything through it. Thank you. Please call again. Oh.
Yeah. Well, I understand the work system. They have to keep people at their jobs because they don't have a never-ending workforce to replace with. But then, of course, if sick people would just stop going out in public and get somebody else to do it for you, And then when they, deliver it to your door, and if you're around other people, stay away from them. Put a mask on and tell them, drop it off the door. Here's your money, whatever, in an envelope, or don't have interaction with people if you're sick, period. We don't know what the common cold is. Is this a lesser version of SARS? Is this a lesser version of COVID? I mean, whatever, and we don't know. And so if you're sick, stay the hell away from other people so we don't get sick out here.
But do you think it's been because they sprayed the skies again or something, or just a natural thing because of this time of year?
No, well, we've got this major planetary inversion going on. Even in China, they were talking about because they're fogged in for literally the last almost 2 weeks plus mega storm. And they're talking about
the one night I was riding home, it was suddenly like a mist or something as well. It was bizarre.
They've got a yellow pollution cloud bank going on where all of
they got a nasty thing going on for as long as ever.
Stuff is in an inversion, and they're all getting sick from it. I've been watching a lot of China information, and they're in trouble. China is really drastically in trouble right now, and that means eventually soon it's going to affect the entire world. And I don't want to be the doom and gloom guy, but people buy a little extra something right now if you can afford it, and rice and canned meats, and I'm not trying to sound crazy, but something's about, I know something's coming. Yeah, anyway, another sip off the old Coca-Cola here. Hey, that's a punch cloud with a, let's see where the sun is.
Looks like it's down below there, isn't it?
Yeah, that probably, I'm going to, I'd be venturing to guess, but it's an asteroid and a planet, probably Attu's moon and lead asteroid.
So,
or red, the yellow one is little sister in front of red. So we're looking at Attu's moon and red asteroid. Making a punch cloud.
Yeah, but it seems like that thing's been quite close for a while now.
Oh, yeah. But they come in every day, and then they wind past us, and then they
I was wanting to see what you thought about that. Is that a cube?
What's this one you've got up now?
That's probably lead asteroid, red asteroid, in the Texas cube behind it in the little V shape or the upside down C or whatever you want to call it. The cove shape is of course Attu's moon. And if you look where the sunset is, it's just to the left of the sunset. So yeah, it all fits. And repeated pattern. Last week we saw, I don't know how many, cube shots in that we were just absolutely undeniable. And people, yes, it's conjecture to a point, but it's actually because it's an educated, repeated pattern that we've watched and watched and watched. And
this is the one that Zane, his picture is on top and my picture is on bottom.
Yeah, they literally match.
But they're right. It's like almost exact, almost. And I don't know what time
that's some yellow moon, long box cube.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I got a video of this to share here just a little bit. So
okay,
pretty cool.
I didn't take very many this week, but I took a really cool set of the moon. But it looked like the moon was coming out of something, and I found a new way to filter it. So it kind of. I was like, wow.
There's the other object behind. I recently saw that film where they were talking about the second moon of Earth, and they're actually described it as this smaller asteroid that has this unbelievably wide orbit that comes all the way, literally goes almost to Mars, and then comes back and then goes almost to Venus as well. So I'm still looking up that thing, and that's the first description of the quote-unquote Earth's second moon, but I don't see that as what they actually meant. Or this could, of course, be misinformation attached to confuse people, because they will give you more than one solution. Oh, this is an easy one. That's red asteroid, and then of course Attu, and that's that's the same thing we just saw in that previous with the Texas cube and all of that. So,
you mean?
Yeah, the illuminated yellowish is the red asteroid, and the reach around up to the middle there on the right-hand side is
that one.
Yeah, that one. That's an exact copy of that, but the sun is different, and it's of course moved a little bit later, right there, or at a different location. Those are literally the same thing. And you can see that little skip on the lower right there. That is the bottom of Atu. And if you look at the sky color, it's purple. So, and that all falls into, and this is a supposition, but it's an educated supposition.
Yeah. Now that you say that, I can see, the curves behind it, like Atu and Atu's moon. You can see it.
Right.
Going across the
sky. And of
course,
because we've been doing this for so long that we do, we do recognize the patterns over and over again.
Right. I always look, for just above the horizon level, because there's usually something going across the sky horizontally, either straight across or a slight curve like this is. So neat.
That is, of course, sunlight underneath a passing planet, which is why it's reacting upward in between the segments of clouds. And you may notice that it does match also the cumulus nimbus at the horizon line. So, a lot of these times, sometimes there are cumulus nimbus that are blocking the shadow, but you also have to remember, and we've seen this all week, there's a major planet over the top, and this is what's affecting our light and why it's foggy and misty and cloudy all around the planet.
So who makes it foggy?
Well, there's a light cutoff, and it's the light is way dim on the left, and white light is way dim on the right, and because that dimness that's going on, the lack of actual sunshine, everything's turning to fog because the water temperature is warmer on the ground than the air because the air temperature drops because of lack of sunlight, and then you get fog. So, and that's what I was talking about. It was like all week last week in China, and they've got this yellow pollution fog that they're all freaked out about, and people are sick. And of course, it's happening here. Yeah. We've had fog for, and everybody else I have talked to is going, yeah, it's oddly foggy. It's oddly foggy. So, there's a lot of it going on. And that I believe it directly has to do with the amount of sunlight coming in, because there is a major light pinch going on above and then on the right and then on the left. And I looked at the sun, and it nowhere near round today. It was sort of like almost a box or something because of the cutoffs. Yeah, there's some more asteroid stuff. I would bet money that is probably the Tan asteroid and some of the Salamander asteroid group in illumination, just like the site drawing showed the rainbow illumination. And we're seeing large pattern of that because it's way bigger than I even drew it in this month. And I'm short on breath.
I was going to say, sorry, Sam.
It's okay.
Bad for you.
I'm taking a break in between there.
I know. I just going to say, who wouldn't guess that asteroids would be that pretty? That's what I'm thinking.
Well, it has a lot to do with the debris, the dust particles, and the smaller and the bigger and the bigger and the bigger. And that's why they're refracting and gas, light is breaking up and turning into a prism effect. And that's why we're seeing it. And it is, believe it or not, it's actually outside our atmosphere, behind our atmospheric clouds.
Okay. There's a close-up of that. I don't know.
I was kind of wondering about that one. I saw that, I think, in film, in live version. This is, of course, a screen capture.
I think so, too. I think there was that also.
And that might be that. That's not that. That might, be an asteroid. That might be a ship. I don't know. I don't want to throw out a guess on that, but
that's fine.
It's definitely something. That for sure.
Right. I mean, we know it's not a planet, and we know it's not certain thing. Can throw it down.
It could be the red asteroid. It could be the green asteroid. We don't.
Sure. All righty.
Yeah, if you look at it, if you enlarge it and look at it, it's very interesting.
I'm feeling a little weird and weak here. Oh God, I don't want to be ill. No, and I can't. I definitely cannot lay in bed and sit and cough or anything like that because my lungs are so messed up from having COVID, and I've never quite recovered from it. And I ended up going off and on, back and forth to the doctor for the longest time over it. I thought I was getting better, but We were talking about this last week. I've got to quit smoking, period. I have pretty much yes, and Sam Healing. Thank you, please. Yeah. I'm actually sitting here, my ears are ringing and I am dizzy.
Not feeling
I'm not
well.
even going to dare check my oxygen level, in my blood. That's probably quite low. That would be why I'm dizzy. I've got a thing in the other room I can do, a little mister I can do, but then I'd have to walk away for 5 minutes, which I should probably do. Let me go do that really fast because it's all set up. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Go do that. No worries. Goodness. I feel bad. I feel bad for you. I really do, because I know that feeling of feeling like you're coming down with something and you don't want it, of course. So I saw this one yesterday, and I was going to have Sam confirm this, but I believe
it looks like a thistle. That thing. It looks like the top of a thistle.
Yeah. I believe it's the red.
It looks like the same shape.
It does. I mean, I should have lined it up with this picture, but there is other examples where the red asteroid has like this handle, this like, or a tail. We'll call it a tail. But anyway, recent, and in past,
like a ladle.
Right. But there's been times before where this was the precursor of an earthquake, the red asteroid, like the big earthquake in Turkey last year. So just something to be aware of.
Are things like this flares?
Well, I thought it looked like an asteroid because of how it's behind. Like, I don't know, to me it looks like it's coming from behind some clouds. I don't know.
Yeah, you can't really explain it to other people, but when you're looking at them and they look different and it looks like an object, but you actually sometimes don't see them when you look at it yourself. So the camera picks it up and then you're sitting there thinking for ages, maybe I did do a flare thing, so you can't ever be sure.
Right. I mean, that's always a good idea to take at least a little bit of video when you're out taking pictures, because there are times when you do catch something like this where you can have a video and go back and confirm. Is it still,
that doesn't look like a lens flare. That looks like an object. And it literally does look sort of like the green asteroid with its blotchiness. Now, we know the blue asteroid has a circle in the base. It could be spiral asteroid because it is sort of got that sort of a Pac-Man face to it that we know the spiral asteroid has. And location, being it's on the left of the sun, I would be sooner tempted to say that it is the spiral asteroid, although it is kind of high off the horizon. But then that depends. If this is like a northern country like Sweden or Germany or Europe or something, it would be approximately correct. And this, of course, why we have to sometimes take into account where these pictures are coming from. And do I sound better already?
Do you feel better already?
Well, yeah, I got a little more air. I've got this albuterol, lung thing that I went and I'll probably jump back on it here in a few more minutes. And I can't really do the full thing. They tell you to sit there and do this whole breathing in thing for 10 minutes while it pumps it into you and you breathe it, and and then it increases your ability to pull in oxygen and all of that. And I need, like I said to Jesus on last week's show, or on the last show, not last week because it's only 4 or so days ago. But anyway, handcuff me to a radiator for 3 days, and so I don't have a cigarette. So I'll be be able to break that 3-day cycle, and then go and then say, well, okay, I'm smart and I'm strong and I don't have to have any more cigarettes. But boy, I really need to do that.
Yeah.
Have you ever stopped before?
Oh yeah, I quit for years, and then I got invited to a birthday party at the Bureau of Land Management, and I didn't drink at the time either, and it was rare for me to even go to a bar, and so I was invited by friends at work. I went to the bar and started drinking beer, and the guy sitting next to me was smoking, And I bummed a cigarette off of him like an idiot, and then I went right back to it again like an idiot. And I mean, I went a couple of like 3 or 4 or 5 years without smoking. Period. Never even missed it until I added that beer thing, and so.
Bummer.
That was
Yeah, that's
early.
one thing I never
80s.
picked up on was smoking.
Oh, lucky you!
I grew up with
God.
it. My mom was a heavy smoker.
I wish I had every dollar I ever spent on it back. That would be so nice.
Yeah, I just was fed up with it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll be grumbling and whiny. I'm not a good sick. I don't make a good sick person.
Well, as long as the girls don't get it, you don't want them getting it as well.
Yeah. Well, I do a lot of Listerine and I do a lot of chronic hand washing and so I'm not putting out too much bacteria right now. And I'm not really coughing, except I feel congested and dizzy.
Yeah, while it's trying to work its way into you.
Well, I have to talk myself into saying I don't need those cigarettes. I don't need that. They don't do anything for me. It's an addiction issue. And I have to communicate that to my brain and tell myself, because where I fail all the time on that is I keep going, well, you mean I never get to have another cigarette? Because I actually like smoking, except I don't like what it does to me. Of course, in the last God knows how many years now, cigarettes haven't even been any good. They're just garbage off the machine floor, and then they started adding all these flavored sprays and everything, and so it's.
Oh, you mean the vaping?
Well, yeah, I never did that. But no, they were actually adding it to tobacco, and of course the price has gone skyrocket here in Montana because they charge so many taxes on a pack of cigarettes. It's unbelievable here in Montana. You're paying $8, $9 for a pack, and that's just insane.
Right, it's very.
Years ago when they raised the price, I said, "Oh, I'm done. And yet I fell right back into it like an idiot. I still keep paying it. Which is horrible. But we had $6. I saw a $6 loaf, $6.59 loaf of bread on the shelf in Missoula this week, and it's like, oh shit. So we're in trouble, and it's just starting to pop its little head up and tell everybody and people, you really, right before our very eyes, shit is happening, and there's a whole lot of distraction going on, so it's keeping people quite busy, so they're not noticing the little shit, and we should be, because there's a lot going on right now as far weather and politics.
You said there's a lot of changes to me that we had tipped more.
We are, which would account for why that weird D pattern in the jet stream on the North Pole last week, and then Mr. MBBB333 posted that dual jet thing, and I never actually even sat there and watched what he was posting because I was sort of irritated because supposedly he was doubting us or whatever, and so I immediately went, I don't want to watch you anymore. And that's something I got to get past, Yeah,
because he was showing the dual, the polar twins, like the two.
Yeah, right. The two, a split, a dual, almost like an omega symbol jet stream.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre.
Yeah,
it's kind of like the symbol of my group. So yeah.
Yeah,
anyway.
Couple of slides.
Yeah, I don't have much of a cough, but I've got an obvious going.
A little scratchiness.
Keep it lubricated. They try and drink a lot of honey and stuff like that.
And if you want to send a picture in to our email box, we have skypics4sam@gmail. Okay, and so if you want to share a picture with us, with the group.
I wonder if that'll work for me as well. I've got pictures on the other phone.
Yeah, we have noticed that the people that do, they're monetized and stuff. They have a tendency to stick to their information. They don't go out on the edge and create issues that their sponsors can yell at them for or retract their sponsorship. So yeah, they're kind of stuck in being generic. And whereas we don't have those sponsors and we don't have to be generic and we're able to share our opinion. And now that we've moved to podcast format, we don't have to be as overly scientific as we have been. And we've been very strict about that in the collection of the information. But we're at the stage now where the information has been so heavily documented that we're running on facts, and we can add a little occasional opinion and supposition in on stuff. And some of that is, of course, going to come back to haunt me. And look at the asteroids right up above dead
This
center.
is yesterday. This is my video, Sam.
Yeah.
This was yesterday.
Yeah, and that's Attu's moon. There's the object cluster group. There's the Tan asteroid to the left there, and now you're looking at the bottom of Attu's moon again. And Uri, I believe, was and Uri was in the far left, which I was saying Attu at first, but that has to be Uri on the far left, whereas Attu and Attu's moon are closer to the center of the sun, right? Tan asteroid coming underneath. Repetitive pattern that we see over and over again. And I hope that the new folks out there get this. And by the way, that video that you posted a couple of days ago it's a short. Yeah, I think that is like the picture of it, similar. If you could play that for everybody who hasn't seen it.
Okay. Yeah.
I saw that yesterday or the day before, and I got goosebumps watching it, including the music, and then we can, sit there and take a breath break in between. Because the music score was great, and you did a really, 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 really good job on that. When I get goosebumps watching a video, then they've done a good job. And you did a really good job of that.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that. That one just kind of like came together nice and quick and easy.
Yeah, so and when it works and it's easy and everything, that's usually when we do our best work, is when things just flow together. And I thought about that earlier, and I thought, we gotta share that one on the show for sure.
Okay.
On the podcast.
I'll get it ready to roll.
Okay. I tried to send pictures. I don't know if it went to the sky pictures. Huh?
Yeah, and I didn't really even gather a lot. And boy, look at that little smaller asteroid underneath there.
Yeah,
that falls into that Pac-Man looking face of spiral asteroid, which we just talked about a few minutes ago. Come on, breath.
Look what I just said.
I talk, and then all of a sudden I catch myself. I'm out of breath and dizzy, and then I got to tell myself, shut up now. I'll go back here and do that albuterol some more here in a minute.
Says address not found. Your message wasn't delivered. Oh.
Yeah. There's some. Wow. God, I tried to post a bunch of geologic stuff off of earthquake reports yesterday, and it wouldn't let me do it. Kept telling me I would only have. First of all, the first time I tried to do it, I tried to post all of the last week's earthquakes in Texas alone, and the list was so long it wouldn't let me do it. So then I broke the list down into 2 parts, and it wouldn't let me post that. And then I broke it down into 4 parts, and it wouldn't let me post that. Then I broke it down to even the 3 top earthquakes in Texas for the week, and it wouldn't let me post that. And it was like, what's going on here? And then if you do post the direct link to the USGS, and you're trying to point out to people a specific location, then you post it like you may have experienced this, Gillian, when I sent you that last week. I send you a USGS post, and you open it, and it's blank.
The videos that you sent me also just said video not available.
Right. And then, of course, the UK and Australia and Canada have a tendency to be a little bit more banful. They don't allow us to send a lot of information you guys' way, because I get that from Andy all the time. He says, like unavailable. And you tell me that all the time too, unavailable. A couple of folks down in Australia, I can't see this is unavailable. Why? A couple of folks in Canada, I can't see this is unavailable. Why? And so I'd say, people associated with the Crown have a higher level of blocking going on as to for this topic. Of course, they have more to lose than we do, but.
Right. I mean, Andrea,
personal gold supply and all.
You said that. Sorry, but yeah, she had all kinds of trouble. But
yeah.
She's like one person in the UK when we have several, and yet she was the only one getting, blocked every time.
Yeah, make an example of you. Yeah, slap you down. And I hate to go there and cry, conspiracy, but we're seeing a lot of evidence of it.
Right.
Jesus, I'm dizzy.
Gosh, Sam.
No air, shame.
Yeah, I get a free carnival ride, and I don't even have to get out of my chair.
Oh, man.
Love it.
You're on the tilt-a-whirl.
Yeah, exactly.
Man. When did you first start feeling it? When, like, last night?
This morning.
Yeah.
Last night I was kind of oddly yawning early, and then I was kind of tired, and then I went to bed and got up really early, like 3 o'clock this morning, and I was up until probably about 5 or 6, and then I went back to bed, and then got up about 10ish just because I knew it was nap time. And after that, I just have been sort of zombied out ever since. And then I ended up having to go to the store prior to the show so that, girls have what they need for dinner. And then when I got home, I immediately just had no air.
Sorry, Andrea. I don't know why I do that like all the time. I don't know why. I always immediately think you're in the UK, and I know better. Sorry. You're in New Zealand.
Yeah, I have certain people. I had a friend locally here that I met pretty much about the same time as Mark, and I kept calling Paul Mark for years, and I'm sure he was really irritated by that. Oh, well, thank you, Mark. And the guy looks at me like, did you just call me Mark?
It's like, why am I doing that? I don't know why.
And then it took me about 3 or 4 times to figure out that, okay, your name is Paul. I'm sorry,
Did you get the pictures? I think you went through.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I will check.
Sorry, Sam.
Yeah.
I took them on the other phone.
No worries. I mean, I am absolutely, completely willing to let you guys do all the talking today.
No shame.
I got the link, Gillian, but I don't have any pictures from you.
Oh, you're kidding?
No, I'm not. It's not here.
Yeah, that's the internet crazy shit today.
Look how green the sky was last night.
Yeah,
it was like definitely dark and green.
Yeah.
Where did the pictures go then?
Yeah. That was it.
That's weird.
All right. So that's what I saw last night. Or throughout the afternoon, I guess. Let's see.
Yeah, there's some definite earth harmonics going on, and
where are you
stuff where
located?
people are noticing.
I'm curious. I don't remember. Sorry, Sam.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right.
I'm just figuring out where everybody lives. Let's see. Okay, so she's working on those pictures, and
that is making me nuts.
In New Jersey. Okay, I'll try to remember that. I don't know why with Katie Joe, I want to think you're in the South somewhere. I don't know that name. Just sounds like a Southern girl.
Yeah, I am guilty of that too. For the longest time I would mix people up, and we talk to so many people every day, and sometimes you're talking to one person, like for example in Missouri or something, and then 5 minutes later you're talking to somebody else, and your memories will still think that you're talking to somebody in Missouri, and that happens to me all the time.
And this
so
is
I can't blame you on that one.
Simi. If you want to reveal who you are, Simi, you have to go to StreamYard/Facebook.
Or type your name in.
Or you can type your name in. Right.
Or hi, it's Bill, or hi, it's Joe or
but
Jane.
If you
and which is the easy way.
It's that. If you want to, reveal, you just.
Yeah, I tried to do that with StreamYard so that I could send stuff to sign up for free and all of that, and it wouldn't even take my email address.
Didn't want you.
Yeah, it tells me my email address doesn't exist, and yet that's what I'm running off of.
Oh, that's frustrating. I tried to send something again. See if you see something now.
Okay.
Sorry, be a pain in the butt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trying to work this stuff out. I must be able to do it as well.
I'll see.
All right, let me get
through StreamYard.
Message out. Katie, let's see.
Oh boy. Okay, I'm not seeing it on the PM, so it must be through StreamYard.
Drop that up down. Let's go back to where I was a minute ago. Show that for a moment. I just like that because the reflection was so pretty. I mean, it's pretty 2 times. You know what I mean? Christopher is back. Welcome back, Christopher. And my name is Cindy. Oh, Cindy. Okay. Now I put that together. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, I thought it was okay. Now I know. I got it. Thank you. All right. So the colors have just been, normal, but special at the same time.
The new normal.
I know. I mean, I can't say I've seen some really lavender skies before. I've not seen the deep, deep purple, but it doesn't happen very often.
No, that's definitely A2 purple. And we've never, ever had purple skies in my entire lifetime until well into 2011-12.
I wonder what the explanation is for that. Like,
it's the refractive color off of the side of A2. That's A2 purple. You can't, there's different colors of violet and all of that and purple, but the A2 purple is A2 purple, period.
Purple.
Yeah, and that's the same reason we've been having the major red and the major yellow is from the refractive light coloring off the side of the Saturn, which is right next to our planet. But then, that light is being shined off the side of these mountains, off the side of these planets. And it is directly, of course, colorized in that spectrum. So, and this is definitely.
What is the government's explanation for this?
Oh,
do you know?
A lot of it is attributed to supercells. It's like, well, how during tornadoes the skies can be green and then they're gonna it's crystallization in the atmosphere and whatever. They're always coming up with some BS thing. And so, but when you repetitively see it, and we know that the planets are going over the top of us, and especially since this weird illumination is going on. And the fog and all of the light cut off and all of that. And this picture, we're looking at the bottom of green green Nepacity. And then that orange red is a direct refractive colorization off the side of his Saturn, which is bright, bright red.
And then I was going to say, I noticed with Nepacity, a green-orange combination, I see that a lot. When you see green and orange, Nepacity is usually right there.
Yeah, well, Nepacity is coming in on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side of the sun is where Saturn is. And just after sunset, then that's the angle of light that's coming off. The light is hitting the bottom of planet Nepacity, which is why it's green in the upper part. But then it's in front of us, refractive red color, because Saturn is in front of Earth still, but close. And so that's where we're getting this refractive red and green from. And it's repetitive and it's repetitive. And so, we know it's happening. So it's automatically attributable.
I'm just going to say hi to Brooklyn. It's Sabrina's daughter. And she sent her hellos to you and I, Sam.
Excellent. Thank you.
She's off to do her own thing again. So that's nice of her to at least acknowledge us. Tell her I appreciate that.
Hello, not hello, but hello. Yeah.
That's very, very thoughtful for a young one. And that's just a cool pinch, I never get tired of looking at my pinches, really. It's one of my favorites.
Man, it's something cutting in on the upper, and of course, it's Saturn's yellow moon cutting in on the upper right.
Check it.
On the right-hand corner.
Okay.
2024, 104.
And all right, so I'm gonna looking to see if I got caught up on everybody, and it looks like I have. I'm trying to get a link sent to Katie Jo, so I'm having a little trouble because I can connect with her on Messenger, and it should be the same on here. I'll try it again though. because we have some pictures that she has sent, and I thought, well, we'll just visit with somebody new for a little bit. And I also have a video. Let me.
Hopefully, you got that the one from
that one.
YouTube.
Yeah, here it is. Okay.
I mean, that gave me. It's such a good video.
Yay. I was coming home from the grocery store, and it was just staring at me in the face. It's like, that's cool. Were like, well, you'll see in a minute, there's a second part to this, but they were just 2 days in a row, just 2 days, good captures.
Yeah, and I like these layovers.
Yeah.
You overlay the drawing versus the actual stack. It speaks volumes.
It kind of helps. It helps you see them too.
Yeah,
you know?
It does.
Yeah.
Especially, and you're looking at the sea trail going right in front of the red asteroid.
This video actually got a good amount of views already.
Yeah,
also,
yeah. And when you do those overlays, you're going to get higher views.
Yeah, I could do more.
Yeah, and I tell you, that's your superpower. It really is. That's what's, what you've done the best is do those layovers and the comparisons and stuff, which is, you've invented your own science. And that's why you're as good at what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love this part right here.
Because you can see it right when you lift it off.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, there it is. There's a big circle right there.
Saturn is huge. The Saturn's yellow moon in front of the Saturn, and then the Nibiru is behind all of that on the right-hand side.
I'm glad you like it, Sam.
Oh, yeah, I saw it. I watched it a couple of times. I got goosebumps really bad from it. Just going, oh God, she's doing such a good job, and that's why I had to tell you that right away.
Awesome.
Well, yeah, and if people want to know what's going on, definitely go to the Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube website and go back. She's got a couple of years worth of videos, and most of them are highly, highly well done. And there's a couple of them that are, a little.
I mean, there are earlier ones. I didn't really know
here to there, and
lot still.
Which is okay. I even put out bad info sometimes.
Right.
And I was kind of like talking to people the other night at 3:00 in the morning, and I should not have been because I was like loopy and tired, and I was acting like an idiot. But that was because I was going through. I'm going through a level of stress doing this that I'm trying to learn how to deal with. Because I don't want to go too far. I don't want to say too much, and yet at the same time, I want to say enough to get everybody on board with this. And we've been working at it for well over a decade. And so it is very important. But on occasions, I feel, like when I go back and I watch the shows, I get partially embarrassed from time to time by saying too much or being too silly or whatever. So,
it happens. It happens. I'm sure we all have our moments,
And I will, of course, keep you in the loop on whether or not I get sick after the show tonight, because I feel like I'm coming down with something. I just like, no, I don't want this to happen.
You don't feel nauseous, do you?
Yes.
Oh no, that's what's going on.
Yeah, I feel a little. I'm not in my reality norm right now, and I am not comfortable. I'm just sitting here going, no, I don't want this to be going on. I went in the other room a minute ago and I said, Nova, do I have a fever? And she said, no, you're normal. It's like, oh, thank God. No, I was worried.
I was getting ready to say, how do they feel? They're feeling okay?
Oh, yeah, they're fine. They're not hardly even, they're busy, with their friends and stuff. And so I rarely see them sometimes. So
Right.
Crossing the house for a Coke or ice or whatever. I should have a separate ice machine. Just to supply these two with ice.
Just have their own kitchen in their bedroom. You'd never see them probably.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Here, have a mini fridge. There you go. Yeah.
Right.
And a Coke dispenser machine.
Here's this radar I was looking at. This is yesterday. I found it yesterday, but it's just
that's
talking
what's moving in.
That's heading this way.
That's heading your direction. It's going to clip it's going to clip right over the top of you, and then that's when it starts to turn toward the east is when it's going to turn into a developing on land 953 millibar rotational storm / on land hurricane. Mark my word. And they're warning about it, but they're hinting about it rather than actually going, run for your lives. Right. But what this is about to form, we may have a touch of what Russia and China went through. So we'll see what happens.
Where is the darker purple area? Is that what you're saying? Is
that's the cold. That's the cold patch that's filtering down in. And that came in off the Aleutians, and it's been above, and it came through Canada off of Alaska. But that came in mostly from the Pacific Ocean.
I haven't heard about all the winds, but I don't know. I'm not looking forward to it, of course.
And there's these repeated wave change direction. So and that's that
from the other day.
That's that Omega jet stream thing, and and we're probably gonna notice that it's still not covering the United States. It's showing you on the right picture that it's covering most of Asia and Europe, and those dual rotational where they combine and meet, where those two you'd have to see it in motion to see if they're going opposing directions or if they're going similar directions. But if they're opposing and they're crashing into each other at the center, they're on that white area over the top of Russia and the North Sea and all of that. They've got literally these Arctic storms from hell going on. From England all the way to Japan. So, and here on the U.S. side,
hear about it.
Well, I believe we're tipped. I think the United States, if we're looking at this right-hand picture, I think the United States is tipped forward. I think we're farther to the south than we used to be. Of course, it's point of view. And I mean, is there, any way to really, really prove that unless you go fly off of the planet and then look back, and then even then, how do you judge it? Because you had to have to do it 5 years ago in order to, to know a different comparison between the two. So it's hard to prove anything except through occasional adding the puzzle pieces together to form a larger picture.
Okay, so I have some other video to show of just some current events, things that I've found happening over on TikTok.
Good.
So while that's playing, I'm going to get a link sent to Katie Jo, so I'm going to work on that.
Right. Can never quit, huh? You always got to,
Never. My eyes are open. I'm busy, it seems.
Yeah. Well, and you also have to start cutting yourself a little time too. And there, I ran into that really heavily in the first few years of Montana Skywatcher, where I'd literally overwork myself. Bye, Gillian. She just sort of disappeared. And I'd work too long, and then I'd be sitting in the chair and realize that I'd been sitting in the chair far too long. And then I'd try to go walk into the kitchen or something. I could barely walk. And it's like, oh God, dude, did you sat in that chair way too long. And I had to learn that sometimes I need to shut down a little bit so that, yes, maybe I'm cutting somebody off from answering them, but I'm also, answering my needs as well. And so keep that in mind. You can't overdo.
I have gotten better, though, at saying no. It took me some practice, that's for sure, because I was like, couldn't do it. I
still have trouble, getting annoyed. I had a guy today send me this whole, he said, and you know who you are out there. He says, well, what do you think of my timeline? And everything that I got handed from this person, unfortunately, was just reeking of QAnon information. And I wanted to type back, oh my God, you need to lose this, and this. And rather than even go into it, I just reached over and blocked the guy. And I don't do that.
Uh-huh.
And so if I just blocked you, I'm sorry, but you're so inaccurate that I'm not even going there. I wasn't gonna.
Oh, was somebody a bit sort of jiggy, were they?
Oh well, they were talking about how, well, it's the first thing started out how, and I hate to even go here, but how President Biden didn't really win the election, and at the moment, it was like, oh my God, here we go. I mean, that was number one on the list, and then I read down the list down I got to 4 or 5, and I just said, this is enough. I'm not going here with you, and I just reached over and blocked the guys. Like, I don't even want to go there. I'm not going to explain to you how unbelievably inaccurate you are. And
I sent you some pictures, but on StreamYard, you'll just have to go through the StreamYard you sent.
Oh, okay. That should work.
Sorry, that works.
I'm saving this video.
I like that Yoda picture.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I just got, guess what, I'm going to save that picture. Come on.
Where is it?
I just got my calendar for the year, and it's, of course, Yoda, baby Yoda. So.
Where?
At Walmart.
I thought you were talking about something Gillian had.
No, my mom. Oh, she has on PM. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's on the same link as you guys are on in Facebook PM, and that's where that picture is. I'm gonna actually save that. Backspace.
I sent you pictures of the sky too.
Oh, okay. I
check what the man's seeing as well.
So, loading that.
Baby Yoda and a Scott's. I like his little purse is actually R2D2. That's a cute photo.
Little sporin, yeah.
Now, is that what they call it? I couldn't think of what the name. Yeah, I see the half moon and. Oh, I have a video link that I saw, like a Star Destroyer triangular ship orbiting the moon, and that's on YouTube right now. And I of course did not bring my book into the room with me here, so I'll have to go get that too. Anyway, so I'm gonna take another 2 minutes, and I'll be right back.
Yes, go right ahead, Sam. I'm sorry. I heard somebody talking loud out there. I wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Holy, what's that? You could hear it.
I know. I might need to go. I know. It's like, do I need to go check, or it's unusual? So
I sent you pictures of the sky. Can you see them? There are pictures of the sky as well as Baby Yoda.
Okay. Yeah, I see that now. How cute. I'll save so we can share him. Yeah, I'm slightly sad because it looks like my video is not going to work.
No.
So I might be able to put it back together here in a minute.
What happened to your video?
Well, it's just not, it's like it's blank, even though it shows it's 10 minutes long. It's just blank. So I don't know for sure.
I used to get that lots as well. I thought, oh.
But I'll put this in your folder, and let me take a minute and send an invite to Katie Jo, because I keep trying, and
yeah, it doesn't sound like Sam should talk too long tonight. Shame if he's not feeling well.
He wouldn't even mention it if he didn't.
Well, I am going to attempt to do my normal, because I don't like to give up. But I went in the other room, and I didn't do any of the lung stuff. I just went and the cat wanted to be fed too. So, let's see, something massive over something. Maybe I wrote this down wrong. Something massive over a mile long has been detected in front of the moon, and it's a video by Unexplained Mysteries, and that's on YouTube. Something massive over a mile long has been sighted. And it's an interesting video, so I figured I'd share that. And then there's a couple other. I take notes on the videos that I'm interested in, so I can go look them back up later.
How about, Katie? Can you send me on Messenger? Send me your email address, because that's another option. because for some reason it's not letting me just find you like it does with Sam and Gillian. But on Messenger, yeah, send me your email address, okay?
Oh, you'd be
maybe
interested.
because you have the email address as well, it can find people.
Did you know
some of them chat rooms are like that?
On Facebook, it's actually laying out the words that everybody's saying.
Mm.
And you guys both went quiet there for a second.
Yeah.
Translating us.
Yeah. And then it even puts your name, Gillian saying this and Rebecca saying that. It's interesting. I had not seen that before.
Where's that? On Facebook?
Yeah, it's on the Facebook live feed. It's actually, subtitled.
Gotta look at that one then.
Okay, I'll put your picture up, Gillian.
Oh boy. Sunday, there is no way for me to accurately answer that question. It would be completely picture about destroying Titan. I don't believe Titan was destroyed. I think that the system has been drastically stable, and I think that's modern science coming up with a suggestion saying that part of the planet was destroyed and it created the Kuiper belt between Mars and Jupiter and Saturn and all of that, and that vast distance between the gas giants and then our last smaller rock type planet. Speaking of which, did you know that Mars has 2 moons?
No.
Yeah, I didn't either, and
Phobos and Deimos, yes.
Yeah, and they're just tiny ones, but and then I watched the video on it, and then they're going, the smaller moon is about to be destroyed, and they're going, in about 50 million years, and I'm going, or 50,000 years, and I'm going, who gives a shit, dude? I'm not even going to be here. Talk to me about science that's going to affect us within our lifetimes, and I sit here and have and it's going to be personally destroyed by the repeated patterns. It's just like, oh God, come on. And of course, these guys are just seeking to fill content and talk and make their video longer too. So
yeah, so they're Phobos and Deimos, those moons, aren't they?
I was gonna say hi, Thunder. Thunder is here.
Yeah, I had forgotten, and I'm sure I saw it at some point in time in my life that Mars did have moons, because I noticed I recognized the names of them, but I had mercifully forgotten that Mars even has 2 moons.
Is this the one you were? Hi, Sunny.
Yep, that's the one I was saying was a really nice picture. And I'm sitting here looking over January's calendar that I got at Walmart, and Yoda is in meditation.
Okay.
January. Baby Yoda. And I'm trying to get a copy of The Mandalorian, and I haven't yet in season 1. And I found it on Blu-ray, but I have not found it on DVD, and I want a copy of it, and I'm going to try and order it somehow, because I don't get the pay-per-view television or Disney or anything. I have no way to pay for it, because all of that stuff is linked off the new phones, and why can't they do, if you want to do this, mail us a check at this address, why don't they go back to old school, where the people who are not wealthy enough to run their lives off a cell phone can actually still participate on the planet. Because I tell you, everybody said, well, look it up, or you send me a link on your phone, and I'm going, I don't have one that I can functionally exist off of, that everybody on the planet is living off their phone. And if I put my phone in my pocket and drive across town, I'll pull it out of my pocket and the damn thing's dead. Even if I just charged it, even if I buy a brand new battery, I drain those. I can't wear jewelry. I can't wear watches. I can't, I have to be careful around electronics. I've shorted out very expensive equipment in the past. And so this is why, I actually wander around in gloves, even when I go out in public. I have some of those really nice gloves. Thank you, Rebecca. Not this Rebecca, but another Rebecca from Ohio. And she sent me those gloves, and I love them dearly. Because I am a Sheldon Cooper clean freak, and I don't even like going out in public and breathing other people's air. And you'll never catch me in a public restroom unless I got to pee really bad at the movies. I have been known to drive all the way back home to go to the bathroom, so I got to chuckle over that. Yes, it's silly, And yes, I have some quirks, but my quirks are what make me do what I do and how well I do it. And I'm not in the negative on my quirks. I'm usually having a good reason for it. It's a persona that I've lived, and dang it, I'm sticking. You know, it's my problem, and I'm sticking to it. And you can call me nut job all you want. That's what I live for. I like being different. I really do. I really like being different than everyone else.
Well, that comes in handy, doesn't it? Because
it's also a pain in the ass.
That's how I feel. It's like I don't know. I feel like maybe we're all like the different people, and that's how we find each other. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Every time I look at someone and I catch myself reaching for some negative or discriminative behavior, or that guy's, look at that, guy's a grease ball or whatever. Every time I catch myself at that stage where I'm starting to ponder that, I have to look in the mirror and I have to say, wait a minute, look at me. And most people don't do that. And I looked in the mirror when I went to go feed the cat, and I went, oh my God, I look like I'm sick. So
no, man.
Yeah, I look like I'm coming down with something. It's like, I don't look good. So it's like, oh shit. And I don't want to volunteer for that, but I definitely don't feel good. No. And I haven't been sick since COVID, literally. And I got COVID in 2019. I got it in October or November of 2019, because I remember I was too ill to even take the kids anywhere for Halloween, and we had to actually have somebody take them out for us. So anyway, I couldn't touch anything when I was young. I killed batteries always in computers. Yep. And if I remember correctly, Sabrina, you were talking about autism and Asperger's and all that. And and that is part of our different brain wiring. We are wired differently and electrically differently. And brain is a lot faster than, and that's what I run into. I think way faster than I can keep up with, including people around me. And then people get annoyed with me because I have a tendency to get an idea in my head, and then I'll talk over the top of them, even though I should be more polite and wait for them to end rather than just pause. But because my brain works the way it does, I have a tendency to be in a hurry. And I have.
So what does your brain say about this thing?
Which thing?
On the screen.
On the screen. Well, that's easy. Atu's moon. Necessity behind it.
Okay, I sent that email to you, Katie. So be on the lookout and let me know if you don't get it. So, and
I have a really cool mute button on the side of this microphone. So every time I get ready to cough, all I do is just grab that little button, go click.
Oh, handy.
You don't have to tolerate me blowing out your eardrums. If for those of you who have headsets on, or ear pods, or earbuds, or whatever you want to call them, I'm attempting not to blow you out of, And hey, where's our music? I can't even hear it.
It's
chirping in the background there. We can hear something.
I don't have headphones on, and you do, so it's probably louder to you. I can't hear it at all. Yeah, I can maybe turn up. Let me turn up my volume.
Let's change it.
I hear music. I can hear something.
I always have to keep my volume low. That way I don't double feedback through this larger, better.
Right. I try to keep everybody happy. Like I said earlier, some people do want music. Some people don't want the music. So
and we're sorry if you don't want any music. Maybe, rather than using headphones, you can play your speakers and turn down the volume or whatever. But I like a little music in the background.
I understand. People they want to hear what you are saying, Sam. That's always been the explanation. They really want to be able to hear you.
I'm always freaking out over dead air time. If we got, my radio brain back, from my FM radio station days, it's like, if you have dead airspace, it's always like, oh no, you can't do that. So it's like the moment I stop talking, I freak out. No,
that's right.
Gotta keep talking,
Christopher, I'm going to get that. I meant to add that. Wait, no, that's not it either. Okay. I got a full list of things to do here. So
cool. Lead on.
Okay, let's take this off because that's not the video I wanted.
Ow.
And yes, Christopher, I know which one you're talking about, and I meant to get that added. I will. I'll share that.
And by the way, Christopher, you do have all of us excited about your progress and your attention span.
He's going to be on the show next week.
You are a new valued member to all of us, and I want to share that with you because we treasure everybody, but when people interact with us and they show promise, it's interesting to us because we've been through a lot of folks where we've worked on for quite a few people for years, and some of them don't get it yet. And so when someone does pick it up and they're enthusiastic about it, it's sort of like really cool to us because then, there are other people as crazy and obsessed as we are, that kind of thing.
Right.
So,
but he's not been in the group too long, a few months. He found me over on TikTok one evening. So that's how it came about. And just right away, he's been all over it from day one. Really,
good.
It started
more
to click
you.
right away.
Keep studying,
October,
sir.
Yeah,
and,
I knew it wasn't too.
Oh wow! It says October.
I know. He's doing well for just a few months. Okay, so here's Katie Jo, you guys. Here she is. Hey, Katie. You're here. Hi.
Yes, hi, Katie Jo.
Hi, guys.
Can you hear us okay?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you guys?
I'm happy you made it.
Okay, now we're going to put you on the spot and make you really embarrassed and tease the hell out of you. And I'm only joking.
So,
are you nervous?
Absolutely,
Where are you, Katie Jo?
Where
are you?
We're very happy that you're here. Thank you.
Where are you?
I'm in South. Thank you, guys.
She was in New Jersey.
Okay,
I'm
yes,
from Philadelphia and South Jersey.
Okay,
So
you probably have the
most
same
of my
problem I have.
videos,
I can't run the mic and the camera at the same time. Otherwise, I skip out really bad.
Yeah. Everybody's sending you their hellos.
Yeah, I'm
That's
really
nice,
awful
everybody.
with this stuff.
No, it takes
Guys.
practice. But you know what?
Move your
I noticed
microphone a little bit closer to you so we can hear you a little bit
asked
better.
her on very short notice, and she didn't hesitate at all.
Yay.
I mean, right away she said, sure, she would love to. So I appreciate that because I know it's a little nerve-wracking, but it's more like you're just here hanging out with us, but we're all friends, so it's
just a normal phone call.
pretty
Yep.
chill, right? It's good to meet
Hi,
you, though.
Jerry. Hi,
Thanks.
Jerry. I see Jerry's here as well.
Hi, Jerry.
Hey, Jerry. Good to see
Says
you.
he's doing
here.
granddad duties.
All right.
Oh,
Good,
thank God I'm not a grandfather. Even though I'm,
One of these days,
sure.
Sam. One of these days.
Yeah,
Just
it'll
wait.
happen.
We're not talking about that.
Happy you're here, Jerry. Christopher says his wife is now accepting this information. I noticed she joined our group a week or so ago, so I figured she was interested. So that's always good. When
so let's give the floor to Katie Jo here. Let's give the floor to her. Let her say hi and do whatever it is that she would like to do right off.
I'd like to find out from Katie Jo how you found this information. How'd you find Sam?
Us.
Yeah. How'd you find us? Was it on Facebook or?
She appears
I
stalled.
think she's froze. Yeah.
It was definitely on Facebook. It was right around. It was like kind of like you how like a chemtrail phase type thing. And then like one day one of your videos popped up and it was about Sam and this and that, and I even entered. I was like, I promise I'll read up on everything about Sam. But I know it yet, but I will, and I did, and everything just finally like started to click.
How long ago was that? I haven't looked in.
I think it was like last May.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say it's not very, very long. I was gonna take a peek, but
did you find it difficult to figure out the planets?
It started, yeah, at first I was looking at Rebecca's videos. I was like, I do not understand this at all. And then like I write down May 8th of last year is like kind of like when I started to understand like the out view. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
understanding that different things are different places, but like you can see them like together, but they're not near each other, type of thing. You know what I mean?
They are, but
if
they
that
aren't.
makes sense.
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
They look like they're just right there.
Exactly.
Right.
And once you understand the out view versus the reality of that, you know,
So,
there's a hell of a lot
I'm
of room
still
between
learning,
here
obviously.
and yeah, well, hell, I'm still learning. You know, there's a lot of room between us and 93 million miles to our star, and behind our star is their star, and how that works, we still don't understand most of this, but it's been repetitive information that is stacked up and proven itself over time, which is where the base premise of what we're working on comes from. And have you actually seen the bodies or Saturn's yellow moon on the right-hand side of the star and all of that by eye?
And you can see it just come in, like, it's amazing.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
once you understand what to look for,
thank you.
Then you can go outside and see it yourself. You know what I'm saying?
God, I cried for a week. That first week, I cried nonstop every time I looked at it, and then I would go back and ask Sam, like, "What? It repels? Are you sure? Are you positive?" And then I was just crying because I thought, "Can you imagine? We might see more stuff. We're going to see stuff. We're going to see stuff." And like stuff.
Oh, I was sweating bullets from 2013 on, thinking that we were going to get pasted any day now.
You kept saying that to us. You would get like really freaked out by about April of a year, and then you'd say, "Oh my God! Oh, it's like, are you ready? Are you prepared?" Like, and
here comes the 180-day cycle. It's about to start. Oh my God! You know, and I was
you kept saying that. I was like, "What's that? What's a cycle?"
And, you know, by 2015, 2016, I finally started calming down a little bit, you know, and going, well, we know that they're electrically attached to the gas giants in their Oort cloud, their asteroid group that they're in, because I mean, by then it had gone past us in like 4 cycles or so, and I was like, okay, we haven't been hit, so we're cool. The smaller crap comes in, but not the big stuff, thank God. Well, and you know, it's otherwise we would never have gone through 83 cycles in the last 300,000 years.
I had another video, like a post, like a science magazine thing I wanted to send you. They have Apophis.
Yeah.
That Apophis, and they've got some kind of probe or whatever up there. It's already been to the one called Bennu, and now
that's the intergalactic stellar asteroid that looks like a ship that actually is powered by itself. And then, of course, this Apophis is a renaming a stolen name from Greek lore, but the actual real Apophis is the object cluster group, and they're assigning the name as a distraction. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson is going on that he's even changed the opinion of official NASA, saying that because of this and that and the other close proximity of the last pass, that it has been tidal pulled out of its normal orbit and going to literally skiff between us and our satellites this time around. And that is, I believe, in 29. And then he's talking about it that it will hit in 57 or 60 or something like that. And he's, of course, changing the whole thing. He's freaking out, trying to scare the shit out of people. And I don't see that as a good astrophysicist that scares the hell out of people. You should inspire people to do better and maybe actually get us to the point where we're a little more self-sufficient and possibly that we can do something about it rather than going, oh God, we're dead. Oh God, we're dead. You know?
Yeah, well, they were talking about trying to extract something from it to see what it's actually made of, like they have with the Bennu one.
Yeah.
And they've got a couple of years to get there.
Okay. I'm getting Katie's pictures pulled up.
Yeah,
it was giving me trouble.
But Katie, what she knows, and because that's, you know, it's important to have new folks step in and share this with other people so that, you know, they know it's not just us, you know, who are standing
And
here.
I checked. She joined my group February of last year. So almost a year. And here
so, Katie Jo, have you been telling your family about the binaries?
I do. I mean, I talk to my whole entire family, but like I have 4 kids, so I'm always telling them to look at the sky, and I'm like trying
4
to point out what I
kids?
think
No
I know,
way.
which it might be not true, but it's definitely something, you know. So I'm just, and they're always looking up. They get tired of it as well, like Sam says, but his kids like. So I end up
How
talking
old
to
are
random
they?
people at like the gas station or the supermarket, like, look, that's something going on up there, you know. Just.
And then you walk
How
away
old
and then
are
you
they?
go, oh God, what did I say?
Yeah. I found young teenagers were really
most people are
interested
like,
in it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nut job, you know, but I'm going to be polite.
I have a 4. Yeah, exactly. My oldest, she'll be 14, and then my youngest, 5. So, but I mean, they give into it a little bit, but after a while, they'll be like, "Oh," I'll be like, "There's colors in the sky today, guys!" Like, and they'll be like,
"Oh, Mom, I don't care. I want, you know." Yeah.
I want my Nintendo.
Yeah.
Can you go to the store get a Starfy? You know.
Yeah. Can you buy me this game? So. It's only $60. Yeah.
Yeah, only.
Exactly.
All right. Got your videos, and I'm getting those saved. And is this one from? When was this one?
So this is actually looking away from the sun. This one I think was November 29th, I think.
Okay. So it's been a little
bit. Yeah, you remember when Nepenthe
it's looking away from the sun. So like the sun's in the opposite direction at this point.
And remember, Rebecca, when you were talking about how Nepenthe was beyond Earth and in the southwest sky, and I went, what is it really? And you actually knew something that I didn't know, and then that was right at that time in November. It was exactly right. So yeah, you're very accurate, Katie Jo, and excellent job. And you're right, that is Nepenthe, and you can see that the light is coming from the left hand side behind us. So
most of the time, Nepenthe it's either above our sun or, like in this case, across from our sun. That's what I've noticed. I mean, and once in a great while, like Sam was saying, it's not directly across, but like to the far, far right, you know, but it's anyway. But
yeah, and that has changed since we had January and November or December, January. That has changed. And this is why
we'll be right back.
We're seeing it in a different out view where it is stacked behind Attu and Attu's moon currently, whereas before, when Attu and Attu's moon was going over the top of us, then Nepenthe was over to the right of it. And this is, of course, where the monthly transition between the drawings and everything changes, which is what makes it almost impossible to draw when you're trying to describe to people that is over the top of our head or beyond our vision of the sun, because the sight drawings are based off of always viewing the sun and the right hand and the left hand side. So it's almost impossible to draw it in, but I've been trying. So, and I'm glad that you know what you're talking about, which means we're doing a good job. And thank you for listening. And I'm very excited.
The first time I saw it go over my head, I was amazed.
Yeah, and you stand there with your jaw wide open, going, "Oh my God! Oh my God!"
Yeah,
like you're like directly straight above, and you can see, you know, the belly or something of the planet. Yeah. Christopher, I kind of noticed that too. Nepenthe is more noticeable after noon. If I do see Nepenthe in the morning, it's not the vertical stripes so much as the horizontal band. You know, there's this horizontal band that goes from one end of the sky to the other.
Open core.
That's usually what I see in the mornings if I see Nepenthe at all.
Yeah, I judge the core cloud automatically. That's what jumps out to my eye is when I see that repetitive open core cloud. No matter how big it is or small it is, I just automatically, my eye grabs on it all the time.
But we know these striped, you know, of course, each of the planets have stripes of some sort or another, you know, so you can't just automatically, you know, see stripes and think Nepenthe. But Nepenthe has, you know, these very, like they're equally spaced out. You know what I mean? That's what I noticed. They're not like Attu's moon has zigzags to them, but anyway, just
generically with Attu's moon, most of the time we'll see the puppy micro clouds and then the momentous clouds, and then there's always one of the asteroids coming in from the left hand side or going vertically underneath it, etc. And that's the easy quick tell for me, is how I identify Attu and Attu's moon. Is like, okay, we've got the bubbly momentous clouds, but is the object cluster group going right there on the left? Yeah, okay, then it's Attu's moon. But if you don't see the asteroids and you do see the bubbly, then you gotta go, Uri. So, and then of course we know that Uri's in the upper northwest sky midday, etc., till sunset, and then it all spins the other direction until sunset, which is weird. It's weird on the brain, but it sets in over time, and you start to understand the rotational progress scenario. Go ahead. I'll shut up.
Nah, I'm learning, so you're fine.
You know, but I want you guys to talk as well.
Yeah, I'm just keeping up with everything.
Yeah, this illumination is interesting on the right-hand side. And then, of course, that little white blip that's in both the pictures on the middle lower left is, I believe, that's the spiral asteroid with the Pac-Man face. And then we're probably looking at illuminated red asteroid on the right-hand side, and then underneath illuminated yellowish white Attu's moon. Because it is past Earth, because the light in the right-hand picture is behind us. So that has to be.
So Andrea is asking if aliens live on Nepicity.
Yeah,
I doubt it.
You can see it, you know.
I don't think anybody lives on Nepicity, because I believe that Nepicity is highly volcanic, because we've seen this is part of the puffy weird circles on some of the 2018-19 close passes, and they look volcanic in nature, and like the planet's made of copper, which is why I think it's green. I don't have facts for that, but I have an assumption. No, I believe that one race lives on Nibiru, one race lives on Saru, and where the extra unknown race lives, I have a supposition it's on Saru, but I don't know for sure. It may be on Nibiru, I don't know, but I know the races are on the two biggest planets, and which are class M planets where the life can live, and the rest of them I don't believe carry any life, nor on Attu or Uri, because those are gas giants, and life forms can't live on there. I imagine there's some might live on that we don't know about, but that's not considering races as in beings rather than smaller life forms.
Like microorganisms or something.
Yeah, growing on the side of a volcano underwater, at the depth of the Mariana Trench or something like that. Yeah.
Hey, Audrey.
Yeah, in this picture, there's two objects cutting off either the right and the left, and one is an asteroid on the left, and the other one is a yellow moon on the right, which is why the sun has that cross, because it's a refraction. It's a cutoff refraction.
I see. I can totally see
that. You got to remember,
too.
The light is shining between other objects that we can't see because they're dark side showing, because the light is shining on the other side of those bodies, and we're seeing the dark sides of them, which is why we see the weird light pinching, which is part of what's going on around the world right now, and why everybody's got fog and a weird light illumination. We've been talking about that for months. Hello, Audrey.
Audrey from South Africa. I just stick my camera up because it's just so bright.
Right.
So bright.
Right. And that's the only way to tell. Because I looked up at the sun this morning, and I looked just past real quick, and then I looked down, and I had 12. And I tried to do it as quickly as I could without it getting too many multiple burn spots in my retina. But I gave it a quick glance with sunglasses on, and I had 12 different dots, and I couldn't tell anything. It's okay. Once in a while, I'll shut my eyes after the fact, judge what I'm seeing. But I try to not stare at the sun.
Yeah.
But it's cool to stare at the sun. You need vitamin D.
I was gonna say, what about sun gazing?
Yeah.
Well, with that, if you're doing that, then you need to have
I know you should do it only at
unexposed film works really good, old-fashioned regular film. And then, of course, there's welding glasses and all of that. But I don't recommend trying to take a photograph through it because you're going to always get a glass double. And then I sometimes will stack up, like 3 pairs of dark sunglasses. That'll work. But then you're still going to get, some sort of retinal burning no matter what. And I don't really recommend looking at the sun.
Okay. Maybe the people that are talking about sun gazing don't know that there's another sun behind it. They don't realize that it's more dangerous than they know.
Sun's gazing, not sun gazing.
Yeah, there's far more UV coming in right now. And this is, they talked about, we're having 73% more UV light than normal. We don't know why. We supposedly assume that the ozone layers are getting better, but maybe there's some other force that we don't know about. Well, excuse me, that's because there's a larger second star, which is why all the planets are heating up, which is why, we in the United States don't have much of a winter going on right now. And we, of course, looked at the the weather pictures from earlier where we're seeing the D-shaped pattern and then the omega pattern from Mr. MBB 333 and all of that. So there's some really weird shit going on right now, and I think we're about to step across the threshold and go into even more trouble. I think we're going to be seeing some massive weather issues around the world, which we're already seeing. I mean, hell, everything's flooding or freezing or drying out, and like we talked about the Hajj in Saudi Arabia and all of this, and Mecca and Yemen and the flooding, and we've forgotten already about the northern Africa, central northern
so
Africa
many
flood.
things have been happening, so many freak weather events. It's like people are just getting numb, like, Dubai this year, okay, Nottingham, and you just kind of shake your head and go, more flooding.
We've had hail in New Jersey multiple times. Like, it's crazy.
And you never got hail before.
Well, the East Coast weather,
not when I was little or anything. Like, I don't remember ever having hail.
Yeah, East Coast weather is usually pretty mild winter-wise and storm-wise and stuff because of the Great Lakes and all of that, and how the jet stream used to flow, and it doesn't do that anymore. It's no longer. We're not in Kansas anymore, and even on those pictures that we were looking at earlier, the jet stream is literally running down. What used to be our normal winter jet that would come in off the coast of Oregon and California is now all the way down in the middle of Mexico. So, and that's our normal.
This stuff. Wow.
Yeah, it's all weird. This is asteroids and the Texas Cube, and on the right hand side is the Sagittarius moon.
This is all on the 15th of November. It was like from 1:19 to like almost 3 o'clock, and it's like you can just kind of watch everything like flow through, and then it also has like the rainbow up ahead.
And you got lead asteroid directly above the sun. Look at that big huge lead asteroid right there above the sun, and then the dark blue on the right hand side of the sun is the Sagittarius moon.
Crazy day.
And it's repetitive patterns that we're trying to communicate to everybody out there.
And stuff yet.
Look at that though; you can almost see like a great big circle.
Yeah.
And there's a square. Look at that one. Look at the square.
Those are good captures.
Wow.
And that rainbow, that rainbow round circle up there, you can't argue with that. That's a body, and you're seeing. Yeah, look at that.
Woo! That's wild.
That's a crescent illumination of a planet. You definitely see them, don't you?
Look at that thing. Look.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I've seen it like at least 3 or 4 times within the last couple of months. So it's just crazy.
Look at that. I mean, when you see that, the upside down rainbow.
And there is, of course, no such thing as upside down rainbow. What that is the illumination of the outer band of atmosphere around planet Atu.
It's a butt, man. To somebody's butt.
Yeah, and there's the ion tail, and then the Saturn yellow moon right there, and you can see that rainbow illumination is a backlit crescent flare off the back. Sun shining off of his Saturn.
So this would be the beginning. This is like 119.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That's a backlit crescent flare right there.
That's beautiful. Look at it.
And ion tail and long box cube. Let's not forget the long box cube is right there. That's probably in the mix and causing some of the, the discrepant fanning of the cloud formations and stuff. And a lot of newbies and new folks out there will go, all I see is just clouds. Well, we've watched these patterns over a decade and we understand what they're doing and why. And it may be a tough topic for you new folks at the beginning, but Katie Jo found it, and Rebecca found it, and Gillian found it, and JD and Andy and Petty and all the people around the world are all seeing this. And so we're not making this stuff up. This is real. And which is why we're doing this. Okay, we've lost Rebecca. Go ahead, Amazing. Katie Jo, talk.
Yeah, go for it.
Tell everybody out there.
Oh no, I was just saying it's amazing, like, and after, you see it, you can pretty much just, yeah, you can pretty much, like, if you watch every day, if you watch for 2 weeks, you'll see the pattern, no matter what, you know what I mean? Like,
right, and it's just taking the time
even if it's cloudy or something, and you skip a day or something, like, if you do it 2 weeks in a row, like, just keep looking every day. Take a picture in the same spot every day. You're going to see it.
I kept hearing all this oohs and ahs. I was like, I got to get back in there.
Sorry.
My cat saw me. But I kept hearing
oh,
Gillian.
There you go. That's why. The upside down rainbow. Yeah. The smiley butt. I call it smiley butt. That's like... Yeah, you do, because if you see it, you're just going to smile because you're like, butt of a planet.
All right, I'm going to get Dennis's pictures because I know he's 6 hours ahead.
And Christopher's asking you a question, Katie. I don't know if you can see the comments section or not.
Oh, let's see. Cubes. Oh, let me take that down.
There you go. Good.
So he says, did you notice the cubes, Katie, when you took these photos, or did you see them after?
Yeah, I definitely noticed them in these photos. I noticed cubes, like, kind of by themselves. Once I noticed them by themselves is when I started seeing them in, like, actual, like, pictures or whatnot.
They are closer averagely than the other planets, and they hide in front of, and now of course the Texas cube does hide behind the asteroids, but the asteroids are always rotating and crossing, so they're literally in the same place that they've been in ever since they moved there in April of 2019, and they've been in pretty much the same location ever since. But yeah, you do notice them separately, sometimes even more over than the planets or the moons or the asteroids as well, that they're so much more closer and more prevalent, unless they're, of course, being encased in cold clouds.
All right. I see your email, Dennis, but I'm not seeing the pictures.
Oh, happy to him as well, so...
Well, right. I'm working on it.
Where's Dennis again? Is he in America or UK?
I believe he's in the UK. I think everybody's in the UK. I think, but no, I really do. Pretty sure he's in the UK.
No, and maybe we're just not being allowed to send pictures. I can't believe they could do that on your email as well.
Yeah, this is going to an email address. So, okay. Well, I'll pull this back up for right now. These are just some more pictures that Katie sent to me. Let's see. Turn the music up a little because I don't hear it at all.
All I hear is trains.
All I hear is my ears ringing.
Oh no!
I'm like, I just walked to the kitchen and I'm all weak and shaky, and I was like, no, yeah, I'm not ready for being ill. Like, oh God, I mean, God help me, I don't want to end up in the hospital because I can't breathe. That would not be good.
This person. I'm not sure. I can't tell who it is, but they're talking about how I guess there's a YouTube. I think it's called Secure Team 10, and they just call the cube an anomaly. I guess.
Well,
they don't want to go out there and say it.
We watched them come in. We saw literally the day that the Texas cube became viral, and it was a huge story, and it went on for weeks where people were on topic and posting about it and getting sightings from the local area for quite a while. And then after that, we started seeing mega sightings of it. And of course, it didn't really become topic on Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 until after we saw a lot more sightings. And of course, had we not done the live viewing back then, we would all, we would discuss it on a live stream. That back then I was able to do Skype for a while. It worked for a while, and then it quit on me. But yeah, this isn't an anomaly. This is a time. Plus, we also watched it come in from 2009 on in deep space, and that was part of the Google Space blackout. So we've known what that anomaly was for a very long time, and we know it's an intergalactic ship. Hey, look, Cameo. There's a side of her doing her thing, and there again, it's that illuminated lit crescent flare. And that's the sun shining on the back of Saturn's yellow moon, and because it's a round ball, the light focals out on the far side of the planet and comes into that. It's what we call a backlit crescent focal. So that's a term that people need to learn and understand. It's light shining on the other side of the planet, but it's focaling out the middle of the ball as if you were holding a crystal ball in your hand.
Yeah, that's right away.
And
people.
If I wasn't looking up, I would have never.
So Christopher, Katie is asking, how long did it take you to accept this information? Did you second guess for a while, or did you just immediately, click and made sense?
Nope.
Once it started making sense, it just made sense. I feel for me, personally. You
didn't really.
Like I said, I still don't know what I'm looking at sometimes, but I know it's something, and
Right.
Do you have a copy of the monthly site drawing?
It all, but
do you save and retain a copy of the monthly site drawing?
I do. It's like the background of my computer.
There you go. And then the patterns will sink into your head, and before you know it, they'll just scream at you. When you look up and you go, well, I know what that is. That's, because I've looked at it and it sticks in your head. And then before you know it, it's that one of those things you can't unlearn. And we warn a lot of people, it's like, be careful. Once you see these planets, you can't unsee them. And, which is important and B, a little spooky crazy at the same time. And some of you out there in podcast land. Go ahead. Do talk.
No, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, once it clicked for me, that's when I started saving it, because I was going through my phone, going back and forth, looking through Facebook to find the, the picture of the month and this and that, and I was like, I have to just save it somewhere so I can just go to it automatically, so I can just look,
And I tell people, go ahead and save a copy of it for yourself. And then I haven't posted the entire file in a long time. And I don't, Rebecca, how many pictures are in that file now? Going back to.
Where would you start? Thousands?
Yeah, 2018, I think, is when we started doing the
How
drawing.
many thousands?
Well, I'm not going to say I'm talking site drawings. Just the site.
Oh, the drawings. Oh,
yeah. There's 100 or so or more.
Over 100.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I haven't posted that file for everybody lately, but and I think the premise behind that from Facebook may have changed. But I will do that because I don't think I added this month's drawing to the file, the overall major file. And then when I do that, that's when it becomes posted on my personal page. And then when it's posted on my personal page, I share it to all the other groups.
Right.
And there's a backlog of drawing. Now, granted, to most people, it doesn't make any difference unless you have, if you have a whole file going back to 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 of your own personal pics, then you can actually use that file to say, okay, well, I know my picture was taken in June of 2020, and then you can go back to the drawing of June in 2020, and you will see that it will help you there, and it was also will corroborate our timeline documented history, which proves to people, separate of us, going, oh, here's the drawing, because a lot of people have complained to Rebecca, well, how come you're posting old drawings? Well, because a lot of times it's pertinent, and this pattern matches that pattern, so sometimes we'll pull out an older drawing that matches the pattern.
I love that pic. Look at that. It's beautiful.
Right. These scenarios repeat themselves over and over, sometimes again and again over several years, so drawings from years ago will still apply to things you see today because
repetitive patterns, correct.
Itself.
Yeah, this I think is the red asteroid coming in front of the sun.
Oh, okay.
Because it's got the flat face, and yet it sort of looks like the teardrop shape. And then up to the upper left of the sun is the Texas cube and the orb, side orb. And behind that, over in the bottom left middle corner, is, of course, the spiral asteroid. And then we look into the upper left corner, well, we're seeing the onset of the salamander asteroid group. And then if we look to the right side, we're looking at this big, huge white cloud thing. And that, of course, is the site of a Saturn. And then the dark area blue in the upper left or in the upper right corner is, of course, the Saturn's yellow moon. And probably that dark blue square is probably Longbox cube. But we know it's there. So, we get a little bit of license. We can sort of say, yeah, it's there. Because we know it's there. We've seen it for years. And of course, just to the right of the sun in this close-up, you can see, oh, hello, lead asteroid, because we know the lead asteroid is going beyond to the right side of the out view and has been for a month and a half. And so we know it's there. And lo and behold, it's showing its little face right there going, hello, hi, lead asteroid, how are you today? And we see it over and over. Of course, immediately behind that is the red asteroid, which explains what I previously talked about. The cutoff is the red asteroid going in front of the sun on the lower left-hand corner. Not that round things have corners, but
right. And you can see, like they're at the 7 o'clock position, from midway up to midway to the side. There's a whole scoop.
Yeah, you got a whole onset of.
Yeah, there's a whole big blue thing there, like a dark.
So,
but it's got edges on it, so. But these things are not like perfectly round.
Eddy trails, pathway trails that are always on the left-hand side compared to the right. And this is how we know things over, the last decade. And Christopher says, yeah, they totally scream at you when you begin to see them for yourself. That's exactly right. It's just like, oh my God, shit, holy cow, oh shit, this is real. And it happens over and over. I am not sure I agree with your drawing here, Rebecca.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay.
Yeah, you are right. Yes, you are right. But here's the throw off. Your line, your blue line and your green line are inaccurate. The cube is accurate. But this is the dance again. Where you have the cube is right in front of Attu's moon, but you've got it overdrawn all the way to the right, and that's not the case. And I apologize for you're going to have to change this.
That's okay.
I apologize for correcting you. I hate doing that, but you have the dance in front of you again. So Attu's moon, look over at the upper left picture. And hello, Katie. Ooh, hey, hello, Katie.
She's here to say hi.
Anyway. You have Attu's yellow or Attu's moon, yellow moon. You have Attu's moon on the left side, and you got it drawn in all the way over, and it's not. It's only right there. And then the cube is right there in front of Attu's moon, and Nepenthe is over on the right. If you look at the horizon line, right at the horizon, right where it says 2024, and just a smidge over to the right of that is the open core bottom drop core of Nepenthe, and you can see the green. See where it's sitting behind it?
Yeah, I do.
But in this drawing, you've got the dance where Nepenthe is. I think the drawing influenced your drawing, but that is where, in this instance, Nepenthe is on the right-hand side rather than showing on the left. And that's where we run into that dance issue. Why we've always called it the dance, because it's always this thing that's they keep switching positions as they do the waltz. You know, they move from here to there to here to there, and that's why we've always called it the dance. But yeah, you need to only if you want. I
definitely see Atu's moon better now that you mention that, though.
Right.
And I mean, now that you mention that, I'm like, yeah, it's not quite right.
All of that. Yeah, because if this was the drawing the way you drew it in with Atu's moon, the cube would be farther over to the right. Do you understand? Do you see what I mean by that?
Yeah.
Basically, where the cube is, because the cube is dead center to the right-hand side of Atu's moon. Never on the left.
Say that one more time.
Okay.
The cube is always on the right-hand side of Atu's moon.
It's either in the middle of Atu's moon or the right-hand side of Atu's moon, because the placement hasn't changed since 2019. So you've drawn in Atu's moon as too big on the right-hand side picture. It needs to go up right just after the cube, right where that light flare of the center of the sun is. And go straight up. I mean, Atu's moon is much smaller than you have it drawn in. And Nepenthe, the back or the bottom half of Nepenthe is on the right-hand side, not on the left.
Thank you, Sammy. Sammy sent us a nice donation.
Thank you very much. Excellent.
Very thoughtful of you. Boy, that helps both me and Sam. Really, because it's going towards, our expenses to be able
to bills, yeah.
Right.
Oh, and God, yeah.
It allows us to, branch out and do things we couldn't do otherwise. So.
Yeah, and I want to thank everybody that sent in Christmas donations, because I managed to come up with the money to buy the other stuff, and then all the Christmas money just went out to the new stove and the car battery. It's like, oh, thank you, God, for allowing me the avenue that I could solve my problems. And I was actually knocking on wood going, thank you, Lord, for what all those wonderful people have provided for me, because otherwise I would really be having a panic attack right now. Look at that. Perfect freaking lead asteroid. Look how close off the deck that is. And of course, behind it is, you can see the landmasses of Atu's moon.
Yeah, this is one that Christopher was mentioning. But
didn't that come in like this week?
Whose one was that?
I reshared it. It's something I reshared, so it's not current. But I did reshare it. I don't. It's a few months ago.
Then, okay. Well, then if we look to the right, there's this Casper. We haven't seen Casper.
That shiny thing on the right.
Yeah, that little round blob on the right is Casper, and we haven't seen Casper in months. And you can see the in the lower drawing the little triangle. Oh, by the way, BB 333 posted that ship in front of lead asteroid. He got a capture of it dead on.
Yeah.
And we have a couple of those ones. That's one of the rarest sightings. There is a ship that has been sighted for 8 years in front of the lead asteroid, and it doesn't match any of the other craft from any of the other factions. And we almost are tempted to say that's like Ra's ship where he fights Apophis. Or the Dark Knight or any of that other crazy shit. It's a ship. We've got dozens.
Do you mean that? Do you mean that thing that was sparkling in the sky? That thing that was sort of going in and out from trees? That one?
No.
It was in the dark.
One we've seen in front of the lead asteroid. We've seen this really weird triangular ship. It goes. It's like a triangle, but it's not. And that's on the frontal view of it. On the rear view, or on the side view, it looks a little different. But we have this one ship we've captured over the years that we can't fully prove. We don't even have any idea what faction it's from. So, but it's completely different and different than any of the other ship sightings we've ever seen. and I've drawn it in.
So could it be something that's stuck up there, or would that be just
well, you know, this is why I mentioned the Dark Knight ship. There have been a few ships that have been sighted for decades, and that's the Dark Knight. And then this one that's been in front of the lead asteroid, we've been sighting for 11 or 12 years, or 8 or 9 or 10 years. But and we've only got a few sightings of it, and this is why we don't talk a lot about it. But it's repetitively there, and we've had numerous captures of it. And
has anybody captured the Dark Knight one for a while, Sam?
Not in a couple of years. It's been about 2 or 3 years since anybody showed me any Dark Knight satellite or assumption thereof photographs. It's way back.
But how can you tell if you've got it in your pictures? Would that be in the dark with the stars and all that
it's
stuff?
On the right-hand side, from what we understand. It's way small and it's way in the background. And I mean, we've got some space wheel pictures that go back years that we think is the American or the Earth factional wheel ship that perhaps the Space Force, United States Space Force, is actually traveling to. But we don't have any information, but it's an assumption because we've had captures and it's really small compared to everything else, which would therefore incline me to believe it's more human-based rather than because we believe that the ETs have got massive ships, which we've seen nothing.
Yeah, no, the ISS must just look like Tinker Toy to them.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's it's space debris. Somebody left a Dorito bag flying down the street. That kind of thing. Yeah. And of course, we're only 250. The ISS is only 250 miles above Earth.
There was a picture I come across.
Yeah, and the Dark Knight satellite is old news, but it's been around, and it's a hide, and they've been watching us. Yeah, look at
something that. Like that, maybe is that
something like that? That's amazing. Look at that. That is the triangle craft.
That that is the Star Destroyer docking station. I don't know how real this is. This is, of course, from the movie Star Wars. Or it's a computer generated picture, and we don't believe this to be real. But yeah, we've seen rounded space wheel type ships, but they were so small we didn't blow them up. And this is, of course, partially why we don't talk a lot about a lot of UFO sightings, because they're so small and we don't have any definitive proof. And we go, okay, we saw a cool UFO sighting, which is like earlier that I talked about that. The over a mile long object that was sighted over the moon, and I do recommend you go watch that.
Where is that? Where's the video?
It's on YouTube. I can grab the book again and I'll read you the listing if you want to write it down.
Cool. Let me just get my pen.
Because I take notes. I do take note. You go to YouTube and you type in something massive over a mile long has been sighted, or excuse me, detected is the proper word. And it comes out from people called Unexplained Mysteries. That's the sender heading. So if you type in something massive over a mile long has been detected, and then you'll get that video.
The sky over a mile long in the sky, is that what?
No, something massive over a mile long has been detected.
Right.
That's the title of. It's in front of. It's over the moon. It's actually in the dark area of the moon, and it starts out. It's filming just past the twilight line of the moon, of the crescent, or the half moon. And
so, is it to the right?
It's to the left of the moon. Well, and we're talking the moon here, which is much smaller. But it's a capture that somebody with a really good camera or a really good magnifying whatever got a really good capture. And to me, it looks like a Star Destroyer that is taking a little vacation tour over the top of the moon to look at stuff, because you can see direct illumination on the surface of the moon coming from the craft, which proves to you that it's not some sort of a lens flare anomaly.
Okay, so it's out there. We can actually go and Google it.
Yeah, you can type that word into YouTube. Don't go to YouTube, Google. Type it in directly at YouTube, and it'll probably drum it up for you. And if you'd like, I can type that in now even, and maybe we can get a copy for you if you want me to.
Cool. Yep.
Because I will, of course, recognize it because I watched it this morning.
Yeah, you know what you're talking about.
So I will, bear with me, and I will go to YouTube and I will try and look that up.
All right.
And I am
very
warm. I'm not feeling
not feeling your normal self. I can tell. But you're
I'm
doing
a little bit
well.
My ears are ringing like crazy.
You just feel it.
Something massive.
I found a few more of these pictures as adding to my collection, but I know, Chris, he's talking about imagine a craft a mile long. I mean, I can't. I really can't. It's like I make me feel so tiny.
Yeah, how long's a mile? It's like from.
I know.
I'm trying to figure out how many miles I cycle to work, and I'm like, whoa.
Gosh.
Okay, I found it. I will now take a cut and paste of this video. Okay, and I will send it to you, Rebecca, on the Facebook link that you sent me. Today's stream or the one that Gillian's been sending you stuff on, because that's the one that's on my page still. Should pop up here. Okay, now I just sent it, so it is sent, and when it arrives, it will notify me.
Oh, there we go.
Something massive over a mile long has just been detected, moving, etc., etc. And there you should have, it says that you have it.
All right.
Unexplained mysteries. Okay, cool. Let's see.
And this is part of why I take those notebooks, is because you can't just type in, triangle starship sighted over the moon, because you won't find it. And that's why I write down and copy the exact title of these YouTube videos so that we can look them up later. And I've been remiss in that in a long time. How you doing, Katie Jo? Are you still with us?
I am. I've been here.
Okay.
I was trying to look. I feel like I caught something over the moon too.
Good.
Yeah, I also caught something over the moon.
I thought it was an asteroid or something, but it could be.
It looks to me like a triangle Star Destroyer, because I've seen
I
those
did just send it
to
Rebecca.
Okay, I'm going to save it so I can show you all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
bring it up. And
I don't know.
We're looking at that rainbow thing again. That is,
believe it or not, red.
That's Atu over the top of us, coming over the top. Oh. I am just spinning out here. Whee! Free ride.
Hold on, Sam.
Yeah, my mom always said, "This too shall pass." That's been the phrase.
So, there's two lights in this video. There's like a red light and a little small one next to it.
Wow, you're of course looking at it on your phone, right? So what I see it as is I'm much bigger on my 43-inch screen. So to me, it looks like a Star Destroyer going around, taking a close-up of the moon, and they're shining the light down on the moon, and they're looking for something. I also watched a video recently where they were talking about how there are these obelisks on the moon. And there's like 8 major obelisks in this one area. And so I watched that, but I haven't looked it up anymore. And I would believe that there's, many different visitations to the moon by, and we have to take into account, we are not the only civilization that have lived here to a high-tech level. And there have been many different factions here visiting the Earth, including
well, that's really cool if that's not some kind of flare or something. Look at that.
So if we're not the first, maybe we're not the last either. Right?
No, of course not. No, this is there's going to be far less of us, but Earth is not going to be wiped out. There's just the fleas on planet Earth are going to have to worry a little bit. And then of course we're going to bounce back and have another civilization afterwards as we move into the 6th stage. So, I plan to be around, whether everybody else plans to or doesn't plan to is and then of course the people are going to talk about the rapture and all of that. And you can take a little bit of that into account, but don't go overboard because it's, unfortunately inaccurate and sort of keeps
that looks like a light coming out.
Yeah. Okay. Here's this video. Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, that red is light shining on the surface of the planet. And
that
if
was
you
in my
if you
videos too. Share.
started
so
it
the
out
red is the
earlier,
light shining on the moon.
right? The red is their light, and they're traveling over the surface, and it looks to me like a very triangular star destroyer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does. You know,
it does look triangular even on the phone.
Yeah, and that to me looks like a definite triangle craft, and it's even described in the vocal part of the video.
And then it just goes off.
Well, it's over to the upper. This is the beginning of the video originally, and then they see it where it's above the moon. It's in the dark area off the twilight illumination area between day and night on the moon. And now remember, the moon doesn't rotate; it's tidal locked, and we're always facing the same thing. So they're looking at the dark area of the moon, and they're probably searching for something, or enjoying their vacation trip to, let's go film the moon, let's take a close pass. And I imagine that's a very, very large ship. Now, I do know that the triangle star destroyers are very massive, and they could be mile long. And I've actually seen one by eye on more than one occasion.
I was gonna. I don't know if Dennis is still listening or not, but I have your email, and it shows like you sent photos, like more than one, but I can't see the photos. I can't see them. I can't click on them. It says I downloaded them, but there's nothing there. So I don't know.
It could easily be the big three.
It's like they're an attachment or something.
Yeah, this looks to me like the big three asteroid group.
Oh yeah.
No, it could. There have been also sightings of there have been sightings of a ship that has had 3 to 4 lights as well. So there, I mean, I can't absolutely tell you, but this is literally the pattern of what we've seen with the big three asteroid group over 8 years now. I don't understand that they've changed places. So that if they are changing patterns this quickly, if this is all one occasion where they're filming, then it is not the big three asteroid group, and it's possibly smaller orbs, because orbs do travel in groups of 3, and we've seen that for 5, 6, 7, 8 years now, and there's been hundreds of videos proving and producing that information as well on YouTube and Google and TikTok and Skype and all this other stuff. So
all right.
And I'm doing another cough drop for everybody in case I choke.
Is it Ricola or Halls? Which brand do you have today?
I'm out of Ricola, so I went back to the Halls, which I did buy a new package of. My little wrapper package punch crackle for everybody to hear.
Good for you. You're set for at least another show.
Thank you, Nicole.
Yeah, Dennis, try it again, or maybe send them separately or something. But we'll get it. We'll get it. And I don't know if Michelle McEwen is here or not, but she sent pictures. Wow, Rocket Man, thank you. Sent us another donation. So
what's up with that?
Nice.
You must really
I don't know. I like it. I
we
like
love
it.
You too.
Right. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Sabrina's telling me I got to go do some medicine, so I'll take a minute to go do that.
Yes.
I'll be right back, folks.
He's like, here, Rocket Man. Okay.
What's that blue thing? Look. And thank you, Rocket Man. Yes. Look at that blue thing in the video.
Thank you.
Mullen, yeah, that helps. It's good to know. It seems like most of us know a lot of natural remedies, which is.
I just use sage. I use sage.
Sage, yep. That's another good one. What was that? I haven't made it yet, but oregano oil. I want to do that. I want to make, get some oregano, and then you put oil in it and you store it away for a few weeks and then strain it. And it's supposed to be, a natural antibiotic.
Yeah, I got that one time when I was really sick and I used drops of oregano, but it's really strong. I've got oregano oil that I got from the herb shop.
Yes.
And I used it only that one time that I ever got tonsillitis here. I mean, it's been amazing. I used to get it 7 times a year in South Africa, but here, didn't get nothing. Everybody else got COVID and everything. I had to go to Iceland to get COVID. Right. I only got it because I was in that stupid airplane.
I remember that. You took that trip and you were so sick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I actually thought it was just my tonsils flaring up because I have the one side tonsil that just gets all like swollen with blisters and stuff. And I thought, oh, shit, maybe it's that they were talking about strep throat back then. That particular variant had strep throat. But I didn't actually expect myself to be positive because I thought it was a big joke. I was racing the plane, racing to get back to Nairn from Iceland. So I had to take the last train from Dice, which is far away down in Aberdeen. And there was only one train left. And all these people, all these African people got off the plane to go to Nairn as well. Lots of them. And they were all got their bags and all the gear. I'm like, oh, you are joking. There's about 23 of them. And it's just me wanting to get in a taxi. And I've only got 10 minutes to 10. I have to get on that last train. So I just begged them, like, oh, please, can I go ahead of you? Please, 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 please. I have to get home because the care home shuts its doors at a certain time. They're going to have an absolute fit with me for being late. Because my shift was in hours, in literal hours. Mm-hmm. I had been 3 shifts consecutively, and then I raced to get to the plane to Iceland. And when I got on the plane, then the plane nearly hit the flight tower, and it flew all the way back up in the air and sped emergency style back to Inverness because the pilot literally brushed the top of the air tower, and we just flew all the way back to. We got all the way to Iceland. And we were 10 minutes from landing, and we could see the geysers and everything down below. And my friend's going, look, I can see your plane. It's the first time we're going to see each other since we were 23. And I'm just tomorrow turning 56. So it's half our lifetimes ago that I had seen her. And the next thing I knew, our plane just went whee, like up in the sky like that, and all the way back to Inverness. Yeah, and then next thing I knew, we were sat on the air. I phoned my boss and I said, I shit you not, we're back in Inverness sitting and they won't let us out the plane. And I was so raging with them. I'm like, well, if we're going to hit things, I want my bags. I want to get out. I'm getting out right now. Let me out. Madam, stop performing. You're upsetting the rest of the passengers. I'm like, oh, upset everybody if you like. I want out of this plane. What's the guy doing flying a plane if he's not got permission or certification to land in a mist? All you had to do was go around the mist and go down. All the American planes, apparently Northwestern or whatever your planes are called, they were all going down around us. We were like, oh, there goes one. Just can't you follow them? And you just go down and around and under the mist. No, not our one. He's like, all the way back to Inverness.
Right. And that's crazy, though.
Then the next thing I know, my friends, I'm crying. I'm sitting at the airport and looking like I've got no money to get anywhere else. My trip was paid for to a certain area. The people next to me were like, this is just mental. We were going for our 70th birthdays to Iceland. Our plane tour, our tour bus is waiting for us to go to the Blue Lagoon. Where are you going? I said, oh, I was going to Keflavik to my friend. And she's going, well, like, no, but she was friends with the people in the air tower, and the air tower told her, I'm sorry, but your friend's plane nearly hit the plane tower. So that's why they flew back to Scotland speed style. So by the time we got back, I was like, oh, I was raging. But next thing I know, I'm sitting with these old couple, and they said, we'll drive you all the way to Heathrow if you want to go. This is Luton. It takes 45 minutes, but we've got a plane, we've got a car in the parking lot. Do you want to go? If your friend pays for you, we'll let you on. We'll take you. And they raced all the way to Heathrow with me. They didn't even know me from a bar of soap.
Yeah.
And next thing I know, these lovely, lovely people, I'm still friends with them. They finally got to have their Icelandic tour last year in March. So they sent me pictures of their tour, and I was like, oh yeah, that's what it looked like when I went there, you know. And it was amazing, but it's bizarre. That's the instant I stood on the American continent and the European continent at the same time on that bridge, and sent people pictures like, look here, I'm on America and Europe at the same time. But it was so worth it in the end. But I flew for hours and hours and hours to get to my friend, and by the time I got there, it was 1 a.m, and she's just crying her eyes out. We're all crying our eyes out. But yeah, and what do we get at the end of the holiday? COVID. So we'll never forget that holiday. She's like, right, I'm coming to you this April. I'm maybe coming to you this April. Do you think you're up for it? I'm like, oh my God, I think we need to bug spray each other because we certainly don't want to be sick again. You know,
I've said that same thing after every time I've ever traveled and gone, you know, on vacation and spent X amount of dollars. And then
you're in that enclosed environment, Sam. You will be, eh?
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. I absolutely detest being on a plane and breathing the air that everybody else is breathing all at the same time. And where one is sick, everybody's sick. But because
you once told me about Mexico, going to Mexico or something, and the stuff flying in the airplane.
Right. Mm-hmm. And every time I've ever got back to Montana after any one of these vacations, I go, why the hell did I even leave? I should have spent that same amount of money on a whole bunch of new clothes and gone out to dinner someplace, and then got in, you know, a local motel or a hotel where it cost me $75 instead of $375 a night or whatever. And
they call it staycation there as well.
Yeah,
staycation.
And when you're exhausted and you can't tolerate the shit around you, you just drive home. You don't have to wait for 3 days till your plane tickets are available.
So I want to go home now. I'm sick of people. Yeah, I just want to shut the door and be myself.
Every time I've gone out of out of the country, I get home and I go, why did I do this? Why did I even go? I could have spent that money here. And of course, I'm from Montana, so I mean that's the best place in the whole world as far as I'm concerned.
Buy yourself a Stetson and ride a horse.
Yeah, buy something new that I can wear, a nice set of clothes, and then a great steak dinner, and then drive home later. You're fine, and you haven't spent $3,000 on airplane tickets, where you're a prisoner. So I haven't been on vacation since the last time I flew back from Mexico on Aero, California, which is a third world Mexican airlines. And oh my God, I'll never again fly with them. But yeah, it's like, careful what you wish for. And if you think you're going to enjoy yourself in some foreign country.
Yeah. But it was worth it when I went there because the Blue Lagoon was like milk, and to see another, because the lava and everything's just come out of their ground again now. I know that I've seen that area, and she was telling me just in front of them now, like a couple of weeks ago, it's as if a mound raised up.
Yep.
So their ground is actually rising, isn't it?
I've been watching all of that stuff just about every day, and they're expecting it to burp up again. And they've now opened up the Blue Lagoon again as of I think yesterday. And there are a bunch of locals screaming, going, "How dare you do this?" And it's all about money and business and everything else, and reservations and all of that. And yet they're allowing some of the locals back into Grindavik, and yet they're going, but if you could stay away, please do. And then, of course, the insurance companies aren't willing to pay out yet because the damage isn't done yet. And
my friend's one of her best friends, like one of her friends from school, actually went to live in Grindavik 24 years ago. And her whole family, everything, they were raised there. It is so soul destroying for them to, their whole life.
Yeah, I can't even imagine watching my house break into, and losing half my property that you can't even get out. You can't even drive in there to some areas. Most areas are fine, but there's areas that you can't even drive a car into until they repave it. and then load
have you seen it? It's broken and all tossed up like.
Well, it's rising and falling. It's rising and falling, and I've been, of course, been watching the scientific information on it, and that one lady, and I should remember her name so I can give her a shout out on YouTube. But there's a local, and she's been doing a lot of good shows, which has been actually somewhat more informative than some of the science guys. There's a guy in Idaho that's been doing that, and I'm wondering, like, why are you? Granted, he's a seismologist or whatever, but he's been doing a show, and I've been watching some of his stuff. And there's a lot of people and there's this one guy that just sits there and reads the screen in front of him while he has nothing but dead air time, and then he says, "Oh, I can't play that person's film because I don't want to pay royalties or whatever." And so most of the time he's talking and with dead airspace, and it's like, okay, dude, why are you making a podcast if you can't show anything, anyway, that's left field crazy stuff.
So do you think that it's going to burp up again?
Oh yeah. I think we're seeing like I said, Yellowstone is behaving funky. Mount Rainier is acting up. Mount St. Helens is acting up. There's a new volcano off the coast of California. There's some precursor, and I think they're precursor quakes. I don't think they're post-cursor quakes. I think this is a buildup on the new, the Los Angeles area, which is they refer to as the southern section of the San Andreas fault line. And of course, there's all kinds of new volcanoes they're warning about, like the one in just between China and North Korea. They've been warning about it, but they haven't been putting anything out. And then, of course, Popocatépetl in Mexico is being live watched again because it's smoking and getting ready to burp up again. We know that Kilauea in Hawaii is acting up again. So the majority, and there's like 86 volcanoes that are just going crazy right now. And then we can also include the one that went boom, boom here, and that was in Tonga, and that's a huge one undersea. And so we are seeing some evidence of some major volcanic activity. So it's a lot more increased than it has even been in the last 6 months to a year even. So and this is what leads me also to what I was saying earlier on the podcast. We were saying something is coming. I can feel something is up.
Nice.
And I don't want to be alarmist, but there's something up.
I got Dennis's pictures. I got that ready.
Let's go.
Trying to get it pulled up.
Yeah, that video is really good. Look at the triangle shape. Look at that.
And thank you again to Sammy. Sammy sent a small donation and mentioned a MediHerb Gut Flora Complex M1319.
Interesting.
So I'm taking that is a suggestion.
Yeah,
for probably everybody.
Herbal remedy.
Yeah, Gut Flora Complex.
Yeah, I so rarely get sick, but when I do, I get really sick. I mean, it's like it's got to be killer, otherwise I don't even notice it.
Okay, so while I'm working on,
just gotta go let the little dude out.
I'm going to have to back out and come back in. I'll be back in like 10 seconds, okay? Sorry.
Okay.
I don't have a choice.
Yeah, I was sitting on mute myself and dealing with the garbage can here, trying to not make noise. So, the old East Coast. How you doing over there, East Coast, freezing your butt up in New Jersey? You guys are going to get a really nasty series of snow. You should have
we had a
Good.
Okay. No, we did start flurrying today for a bit.
I'm
very lagged, so I apologize.
Yeah, I was noticing that there is a time lapse between. You're going to get anywhere from 1 to 4 to 8 inches of snow in your area. I watched the forecast last couple of days.
I bet she's used to that, though. If you're from that area, like it always snows a lot.
Did you see Gillian's dog vanish?
We had no snow last year at all. Like by me anyway. It was crazy. Yeah. And I even got like my daughter like a snow ski thing or whatever for her to go sledding with, and like we had no snow. It was crazy.
Huh. It just seems like
in the year before we
past,
only had light snow. Like we didn't get to go sledding, but we didn't,
Yeah. In the years past, how the Northeast is usually, has big snow, big, deep, But you're right. I have not noticed that in the last couple of years.
I was telling everybody last month if you're on the East Coast and you're in the northern East Coast, buy snow tires. I expected this because it was coming. Of course, I watched the advanced weather. It's not prophetic wisdom. It's study digested wisdom. So
this is from Dennis. And here's the original, and then we have a filtered.
Yeah, and of course that's the tan asteroid, which is not the red object. The tan asteroid is below it to the left, but that is the illuminated onset of that's probably Big Sister, and the new named asteroid, thanks to Rebecca, and the upper part of the salamander asteroid group on the side of planet Uri. And everything that's blue in this picture, blue-gray, is the planet Uri. And the yellow sky, of course, is the normal sky.
Yeah. So basically,
and the red illumination again
starts on up is all Uri.
Salamander. That's the salamander head and all of that. And
you can see
the reason we call it a salamander because it looks like a salamander stuck holding to the side of a big round ball slightly underneath the edge. And we've got pictures going back to that all the way back to 2017-18, which when it was on the other side of the sun, and it was on the right back then, but now it's on the left and has been for well over 2 years.
There's so many little details, when you start studying it, it's just like, dang. Very intricate.
You get it. And, there we go. Well, look at this. Wow. That, of course, I'm not going to say that's new. Yeah, I'm tempted to say that's lead asteroid, but this picture new? And if it is then it would be the tan asteroid.
Uh-huh.
Because the tan asteroid is getting bigger because it's getting, Uri is going over the top of us. So there's going to be some instances where it's going to be massive. And if we look at the light is off to the right. So, and then we know that lead asteroid is beyond on the right. So this has to be tan asteroid because it's not the red asteroid because the shape is completely different. And so I'm going to say this is the tan asteroid of the salamander asteroid group.
Okay. I was going to get your drawing of that just so we can refer back to that.
And we've got pictures of that going back 2016, 17, 18. Some really, really cool pictures back when they were way smaller. And that's the funny thing about this is how much smaller everything used to be.
You definitely see how it's like a round object too. Sorry, Sam. I was just this, I love that part about it too.
I do not get.
Oh, what's that? That's beautiful.
Well,
that's from Dennis.
I believe that's the tan asteroid and a few other.
Oh wow! Thank you, Rocket Man. Rocket Man has struck again.
Going out and getting collections or something, people.
I know. Well, that's so nice.
I would hope that we would actually maybe play in some. I'm not going to say. Dive bar, but some pub somewhere where they're going, hey, our show is on, guys, let's turn it to YouTube.
What if, oh my gosh, that'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? For like a regular, for some establishment.
We get popular enough to someday end up like we've talked about Comic-Con, where we actually share this, this information with the astrally minded. And get the people who are into space now, because if you talk to people that aren't into space at all, and I have a local friend here that works at one of the town pump truck stop gas stations here, and I go, did you do your homework yet? And he says, no, I got it, and I just haven't gotten to it yet. And I've of course been sending him stuff for a year, and so he's got a backlog of information that he will never catch up with. And that happens with a bunch of other people. They tell you that you're interested, And John and a couple other people did. I'd send them all this information, and they never watch it. And it's like, well, why am I bothering sending it to you if you're not going to watch this information? So, you know, there are people that are into it, and there are people that aren't.
Right. This is the last one from Dennis, and he's into it. I can tell.
Oh yeah, look, you can see the roundness. Look at that thing.
Yeah, that's asteroids.
It's similar, isn't it?
Can they be so big? Look at that, like a big roundness like that. It's like.
Don't you remember back in 2019 when everybody thought that lead asteroid was lit? We were like weighing it, like, is that a moon? It's so big. And then we knew it wasn't a pockmarked, you know, orbitoid moon, because moons are either tidal locked or they rotate. But we knew that lead asteroid was smooth because of the close-ups that we've got going all the way back to 2018 and 19. And so we know it's smooth by its, you know, facial patterns. And facial patterning is a lot of everything, you know, over time. Yeah, the Tan asteroid group, and that is part of the salamander asteroid group. It's actually much bigger than what you're looking at. There's a lot more to it than what you're looking at here in this drawing. But the Tan one is the one that we majorly see right now, and it's also the one that is side illuminating as the light bends around the bottom of Uri, because this is all beside Uri, which is to the left.
Right.
Left.
It doesn't even really look like. Well, as I say, it doesn't even really look like things we see to the right of our sun. Also,
yeah, and the pattern is over and over again, like, and we always know what is. Atu's moon, sort of. And the fact that it's so repetitive, which also tells us it's not just clouds, and we see it over and over and over again.
All right, so this I got. Okay, here's that picture again, and then I found that drawing, like I just showed. But
correct.
So you can make a good comparison.
Gotta send that picture again. I want to take a picture of it with that picture there. Yeah.
AKA Wormwood, AKA the Dragon, AKA Apophis, AKA Object Cluster Group.
So that whole thing is like Apophis or what?
Well, no, that's just a little piece of the overall group, and we've seen the salamander asteroid group, and it illuminates.
So that whole salamander group is Apophis, like.
Yeah, well, it's definition where you boil it down to, because even on the star charts, on the crop circle star charts, we just listed as the object cluster group, and if you were to describe it to the humans on planet Earth, you would probably say, well, it's this group of asteroids, and we refer to it as Apophis or Wormwood, or, you know, whatever colloquial name that we can attach to it where people understand. And it has many names through many cultures. And of course,
I remember on your site ages ago, sorry, Sam, there was something I kept saying to you, there was a story about the Colburn. I had never heard of the Colburn before. And in the Colburn, because it's old documents, they called it there's one called the Celtic Book, and then there's a Book of Scrolls or something like that.
Right.
And even inside these things, it describes the destroyer. They called it the destroyer or the frightener, and how it changes. You know how we're talking about how our bodies feel and how the planet feels under our feet? How you can actually feel it, the electricity that goes through us.
That's all been happening for a couple of years now. This is where these people are talking about the ringing in their ears and their hips and their joints and their headaches, and Jesus refers to it as sinus issues and ear issues and dizziness and seasickness and all, you know. And we're, you know, always telling people that, you know, this is exterior. This isn't you. You're not A, mentally ill, B, you're not clinically suffering from some malady that's inside you. You're suffering from an exterior influence. And so be very careful when the doctors are going to hand you some medication to treat something that you don't really have. I would stick to home remedies and a little bit of naturopathic medicine, and avoid synthetics that the doctors are always trying to push at you, which in most cases make you twice as ill taking something else that has side effects, which is far
because a lot of us are really, really hypersensitive, and it just goes off the charts when you're like this.
Well, which is why a lot of people are here in the first place, because they are overly sensitive, and they took the time to notice that there's something wrong with the skies, and they started questioning. Yeah, we're looking here at this older picture. I remember this one very well.
Yeah, look at that. That's messy debris.
And then if you look behind the asteroids, there is the side and the land masses of Vanuatu's moon. And this is probably about 3 to 6 months old. Oh, right. The date is on here. I can blow it up. I'm looking at it in small frame right now. Right. 8/10, so it's in August. Yeah. I didn't have it blown up, but I can see that now. And now go back to small screen. If I have it blown up, then I can't read the comments. So I keep it at small screen so I can read the comments and look at the show.
I like this new phone that I've got. I can actually enlarge it. You can see the actual craters on the thing.
As a
That's why I'm recommending to people, if it is important to you and you are financially, there you go. If you are financially able, you should get a larger screen and do it on a home computer, at least a laptop, because even on that small cell phone, you're not seeing half of the cool that's going on. And
I remember going to the internet cafe and seeing things back even years ago and thinking, oh my God.
Yeah. It's Facebook is a completely different experience on the computer versus on the phone or the tablet. On the tablet, you can only see 3 or 4 threads down, where on the computer, I can scroll down till, a week ago, if I had that much patience. And there's a lot, and you can't do that on tablet. You can't do that on, I don't know of one on the phone, what you can or cannot do, but it's a completely different Facebook experience on the computer. And it'll help you learn.
Audrey says that she's been suffering from dizziness also for at least 6 months now.
Right.
Well, medication, but
I'd be careful with blood pressure medication as well, because that has a tendency to do more damage to your renal system than they warn you about. And when they told me,
they don't tell you all the damage that stuff can
normally, I used to have low blood pressure, but now mine is slightly high because of my age, and of course smoking. And they told me, well, we'd like to put you on this medicine. And I went, no. And then I just corrected my own diet, stay away from so much of the fried foods and trying to eat a little bit more, sanely and cut down the potatoes. And I was, for the longest time.
I love potatoes. No way.
Well, yeah, I just cut my portions. I just dropped my portions.
Thank you, Rocket Man.
Oh, wow. Rocket Man.
I know. He's our biggest fan. I can tell. I really think he might be. So, but I honestly, he just appreciates what we're doing. That's why.
When these planets come over us, I get like seasick, and I feel like all of a sudden, like I'm standing in a boat, a 30-foot boat on Lake Superior, which is a nightmare in itself. And I get dizzy as hell, and my ears are ringing, and all of a sudden, it's like, and I can't hear right, and then I don't feel good, and I'm nauseous, and it's like, what the hell is this? And then after a few hours, it goes away. And so it's like, okay, it wasn't blood sugar. This is something weird. And we've learned that it's exterior. It has to be the planets. And remember back when 2018 and 19, when Vanuatu's moon was going over the top of us, we were seeing so many other effects where people were direly suffering from it. And, oh, my God, I feel horrible now, blah, blah. And this is when everybody was around the net, especially on Facebook, was talking about the same thing. Oh my God, I feel this way. I do too. And I do too. So it's not, it's not inside you, it's outside, and everybody's actually feeling it. And this, of course, goes back to what you were saying, Gillian, about the Colburn Bible and effects on how you feel it in the ground. And the regular Bible talks about it. And the Revelations refers to it as the birthing pains. And depends on where you look it up, but yeah, there's exterior effects. The birds, the dogs, the horses.
The Colburn had said something way back then. It was like a little video that described the Colburn. Somebody had made like a cartoon video. I've never been able to find it again. And the only thing that I remembered about it, it was in something called Burnt Leaves, and Burnt Leaves was inside your Montana Skywatcher group, or with the Montana Skywatcher group on It was MSW2. And I remember it was on Facebook when I initially started, and I couldn't figure out how I'd found it. It just seemed to find me, and it was trying to describe how people in the last Passover had felt, because they couldn't explain it with the modern terminology we're using, how their bodies felt, because it actually affected and brain wiped them. They couldn't remember stuff.
Yeah,
and there was
that's
almost
also referred to as Tower of Babel syndrome. And yeah, when you mentioned Passover, and that's one of the funniest things that always struck me is one of the Jewish holidays that actually is called in English, which always blew me away. Yeah, and we are
Passover.
seeing a real Passover now, and that always struck me as, you know, that same story where we talk about the little drummer boy and the three wise men and the star, you know, and nobody grabs that part. And it's like, excuse me, but
it's symbolic, man. All that stuff is symbolic. It means something.
Stars don't pass by themselves and, you know, go in passing. They're either attached to in a binary system or they're not, because stars don't move from where stars are. So in order for them to discuss this coming star that these three wise men follow, it's a hint, and I don't think it was even remotely cyclic to the birth of Jesus, because it wasn't, because that wasn't what happened at year zero, or, you know, the year of our Lord Anno Domini, which is why we go AD now rather than BC. And so that is a Sumerian text transformation of the story, or Egyptian text transformation of the story, which is blended in to the story of the Messiah and all of that, and blended into one story, and the three wise men following a star. But in actuality, that would be the coming of the secondary half of our binary solar system, which also happened in 2010 and 2011. So, and for your religious folks, go study that one, and you're going to mind blowing.
Do you know what really blew my mind was when one time when I was studying, like researching the stuff, and then I seen a story on something called Ook Media, OOWK, Ook Media, and they were a site that were just, they blew my mind about the Pleiadians and how they were explaining how they had helped in the creation of Mary's line of the family. Yeah, Joseph in his right as well was also like a protection figure for her and this new child that was a new creation, almost like these things are all planned. You don't if you
go back to even the Aztec and Incan codex, and they're showing these hieroglyphs that, you know, because they wrote in hieroglyphs in their language rather than in words.
Yeah, all those little symbols and stuff. Yeah.
And if you look at the people that they're showing in the codex, the drawings, a lot of them have elongated skulls. And then they go, oh, well, that was just those people, the tribes that, you know, glued a rock to their children's head, like the Flathead Indian tribes did here. Why do you think they would want to do that? People never go past that question.
You talk about the Paracas skulls. I mean, those things and you can't deny those.
There are other races out there with elongated skulls, and they did visit Earth, and the people viewed them as gods, and therefore they were trying to emulate the gods because they had direct contact to see that, and nobody takes that into account. Everybody thinks, oh, well, you know, we think ET's out there. No, guys.
Yeah, right. You think.
No, they wouldn't have any of this information. They wouldn't have any vast space trigonometry and all the knowledge of the star systems that we can't even see with some of today's modern telescopes.
I know, I got really excited when I seen the stone that's here. There's a stone down where I was born, and it's an actual obvious sky map. And they went and hid it again. So it's no, we have to protect the teenagers are defacing it. I'm like, right, no, they've gone and put it somewhere, because now this thing is like a star map, like a navigator's map through the solar system to get to the seventh planet.
Well, what they've done in Sweden is they encased their major artifact stoneworks in glass houses with little roofs and everything. That way it stops the time and the degradation of the weather. and then nobody's going to deface it because it's in a sealed cabinet with glass around it. And if they were going to, spray paint it, they'd be spray painting outside of the building, which could be fixed or repaired. And yet the legacy of here's the information. Not only that, who's going to move it? 350 ton stone. And if they move it, boy, they went through a lot to do that.
I should send you a picture of that thing so you can see the Scottish one. It's just so cool. I think I've sent it.
Just write down the name. I can look it up.
Thank you. I'm getting behind on my comment sharing, but Sammy, thank you so much.
Gotta make sure
thank you. My goodness. And Rocket Man sent another donation. So very generous of you, Rocket Man. Really, very
and
thankful.
Andrea says, we are the aliens. We're all aliens. I mean, we all have, all of us. Every darn human has a mixed genetic upgrade because we are not the tree swingers we used to be, and we are now conscious, cognizant or cognitive creatures that we were created to be for a reason, and we talk about that in the Factory Planet series. And so anytime anybody, I ran into this guy earlier this week, and he's going, "Oh, the evil this and the evil that, and the evil aliens are going to come through the wormhole and invade and all." And no, that's not what's going on. And anytime that you're sitting there factionally pointing fingers through hate and fear, I don't recommend that as wise. If you ever actually get the opportunity, which I don't recommend either, to meet an extraterrestrial because they're hard to deal with in your own mind. Speaking to them is not difficult, depending on how you treat them back. Should always be excruciatingly reverent and respectful. Otherwise, they could just off you in a heartbeat if they chose. So I don't recommend doing it, but at the same time, do not attribute anything as evil. Now, unless you're staring down a rake or a skinwalker or a gray in the forest, well, that's a different story. Then I suggest run. Don't shoot at them unless you're really stupid. Because, when it comes to grays, and I don't know about rakes or skinwalkers, depending, there's one and the same, depending on what you want to call them. I always called them, when some people call them cryptids, some people, and then there's, of course, the dogmen, and then there's Bigfoot and all of that. But if you're in the forest and you meet these individuals or you see them, get the hell out of there, period. Don't shoot at them. Just get in your car, leave your shit, come back later. It's just wiser not to have any interaction with ET in the forest because you don't have any control and they have all the control. And depending on what faction you run into, it may not be a bad thing, but it may not be a good thing either.
I wanted to show you this because it always stuck out in my memory, but I'm sure I've sent it before.
And I sort of talk about it as, second nature, but then I have met other races and on more than one occasion throughout my life repeatedly. And I've had bad experiences and I've had good. Audrey, I can say both. So it's not a comfortable thing. You end up questioning yourself and you go through an emotional period of self-doubt and disbelief, and it's uncomfortable. If you're ready for it with your own mind, I guess other people may react to it differently than I did. I suffered for a very long time. I still probably have a level of post-traumatic stress disorder connected to it, because there are certain things I will say and there's certain things I won't say because I don't dare in some cases, and in other cases is protective over the other races because I don't want to attribute any negatives to them as, they're invaders or they're evil or they're mean or anything like that, because I know that at some point in time I may have to face one of them again, and I don't want them to hold that against me because boy, they can do that. So
they don't forget stuff like some humans do.
Well, good thing. Katie, you're awful quiet today.
What do you think about the aliens, Katie?
I'm just, I don't know. I believed in aliens. My mom, she has been abducted. She's told me when she was little. Well, when I was little, we actually had a farm and there were crop circles in the farm, like the corn or whatever it is that was growing. And I've just believed my whole life because she's just, I'm going to believe my mom. You know what I mean? Like,
there you go.
Believe her.
And most abductions,
and everybody else says she's crazy. I'm like, I'm right there for you.
It's multi-generational in some cases, that kind of thing. Well, they've been doing it a long time.
They do study groups, and they're studying a family of wolves or a family of elephants or a family of gazelle, and they have test subjects in the family and the offspring of and then they do genome types, and then they do genetic history, and they do what we do. They just like we fly a helicopter, we dart a wolf and put it to sleep, and we land down next to it, and we yank a bunch of fur out of it and check its teeth and get some blood samples.
Yanking my fur out.
Slap a collar around them so we can always find out where they are, and we want to come back to that test subject 3 years from now and see what their offspring are doing, et cetera, and that's the same thing that they do to us. And it's genetic sampling to make sure that they're heard, and we belong to one or two of these races, and not all of them, of course. But we don't own Earth, and I keep trying to tell everybody that.
What about the mantis race? Audrey is asking.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Well, I do know that there's a bug race. So who those guys? There might be more than one. There might be mantis, there might be ant, there might be moth, there might be spider.
I just remember how annoyed Jesus got he was in a group, I don't know which one, but he said how they just wanted to talk about insectoids, and he just couldn't go there. He just wasn't having it.
We do know that there's a war in space, and there is a war between our local Federation faction and a bug race. And so we talked about clones, and there might even, and this is of course supposition and hypothetical, but I mean there might be exact copies of you and me. For anyone who's ever been abducted, maybe they take that genetic material, they find out about your scores, and they go, oh, this would make a good quality drone, and then they slap you up in a spaceship in the middle of this bug war. We don't know, but it's entirely within the realm of possibilities. I mean, if we're owned material, if we are self-replicating biotools, then I'm sure they would feel completely free to copy as many of us as they want according to their special specs.
Well, because they made us, or what?
So if you're having strange dreams where you feel like you're still around in some other galaxy at the same time, maybe you are. And there's different variants of anywhere from here to Kingdom Come and crazy and back again, where some of this could actually be factual. And I hate to be out there in supposition Lulu land, but it's within the realm of possibilities.
Well, when you said there's billions of races, I mean that just it's infinite.
That's just mind blowing. That's like the billion they made with the new Avatar movie.
Yeah, infinite possibilities of races.
Well, and hopefully the new Avatar movie is getting us used to a different face of a different race. And yes, they're of course Disney attractive and yet foreign because they're larger size and everything. So they're creating a larger spectrum in our minds for opening up even bigger avenues. And some aliens are ghastly and repulsive and ugly, and some are attractive. So be prepared for that. And like we've talked about, perhaps we will have to share in the near future. People should actually work on that prejudice issue in your brain, including amongst our own races. And anytime you're going to stand there and talk about all the people that are coming up across the border and you're calling them invaders, well, no, these are people. And just like you and me and people in Iceland and people in Scotland and people in the United States or Canada or Mexico or New Jersey or
Ukraine
or Hungary or Australia. And if they leave their home and they walk a couple thousand miles or even a couple hundred miles on barefoot and give up everything they've owned, they're doing it because of climate change and because of political dire necessity to leave their home. So if you think they're invading us, they're not. They're trying to flee to someplace that they respect as safe. And we should relook at that. And yes, we're being bombarded and inundated by massive amounts of people that we can't handle financially, logistically, and housing and all of that, and for us to pay for them. But we're going to see a whole lot more of that, so you better get used to it and kind of reassess that in our minds, because I think before you know it, a lot of us are going to be climate refugees in one way or another, including lack of food or housing or you name it. And so we all have to refocus on this and start saying, wait a minute, that might not just be them, it might be us. So think about that, because we're going to see.
Oh, yeah, my granny used to say, there for the grace of God go I, or
and I see these people. And if you've ever thought to yourself, okay, I'm going to get a backpack and I'm going to grab my 2 children and I'm going to drag them, I'm going to walk 800 or 1,000 miles with them. They don't do that lightly. That's not something you do because you want to come up to America and invade. You do that with your children because you're running for your life. You would never put your children through that. Not a sane person on the planet would, unless you have to. So we need to relook at how we're treating any refugee, from Africans going across the Mediterranean to other things like that.
Thank you, Rocket Man. He's enjoying the show, I can tell. So thank you so much. I can't say enough how much
he's being phenomenally kind. I mean, look what he's doing. That's anybody that's doing it is just priceless just now, because you know what? I wish I could do it as well sometimes, but I can't because of the situation I've been in this year past. I can completely understand what Sam means about people being displaced and having nowhere to go, and the reactions that you get from people around you, people that you would never expect it from, or why. And you elicit and you trigger alarm and fear and anger and rage and revulsion and all of the human emotions that people can't imagine what would happen to me if I was in that situation, or, oh, my child's in that situation, but I've let them sofa surf on my couch for like how long, but now suddenly I'm deciding that, God, I can't stand you because my child's still sitting here on my couch. But you know what? It's all in your choices, how you approach your problem.
Somehow.
And somehow, in a way that I can't believe the amazing blessings that I've had as well, because I was really humbled by every night, like from when I moved in here with nothing, just 2 of these, me, 2 of these and my blankets. And I thought, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I can talk about it now, because really, people, we shouldn't be hiding when we need help. There are people out there that can help you. We all deserve to be.
Go through that too. Everybody here over the years, they talk to me, because I was never wanting to ask for help, and everybody said, Sam, my God, ask for help. And my friend Micah, who I haven't spoken to recently because unfortunately he's a Trump follower, and he doesn't have a middle ground, and so he got mad at me, but he was telling me, you do service and you're out there trying to help people, so you should also at the same time learn to ask for help. And had I not done that, I would not be doing this still. I would not be up and running anymore. I would have been, 3 or 4 computers ago. People have helped me keep my car running. People have helped me. I mean, an example, I wouldn't have a stove on the way for Tuesday had we not got some donations in from Christmas that I unfortunately had to rob Peter to pay Paul to get to acquire, but then the money came in right when I needed it for a new stove. So
don't you love that when it happens like that?
It's like miracles, pennies from heaven. You think
it's so powerful, but that's when you know you're doing the right thing.
It's like you're taken care of, even when you don't think you are. You have some hesitation, and it shows up in the mail. It just works out like that.
I don't have any credit cards, so I took out a store-based credit card, which I amazingly qualified for, because I have credit, but it's because I'm not in debt. But and I normally wouldn't do that, and I have spent all the money I have for the entire month just to have a stove. And let's pray, knock on wood, nothing else goes wrong this month. And God, I've said that now. I shouldn't said anything. Anyway, yeah, but we're on the precipice of something drastic and dire, and I don't want to be alarmist, but everybody who has it okay right now, pat yourself on the back, knock on wood, and say thank you, because it's all changing right in front of our eyes, and we are watching a major worldwide weather crisis happening as we speak.
Yeah, I know what England looks like just now, and a lot of sky watchers are down in England. I mean, that's horrific. Like hundreds of people to evacuate because just suddenly all the rivers have burst their banks and they're streaming down the streets. And
that's planetary passing effects, and the extra angling boil off and all the fog and all the stuff that's going on around the planet. That's all interrelated. It's not one thing or another, but it's entirely directly connected to the planets of passing, and we're watching them go in close pass over the top of us right now. All of this blue weird sky effect, and you're looking at the ground. There's no color in this shot. We're looking at grayed out, weird, odd lighting.
I see this a lot in the time-lapse videos I watch, which is several. And
I can't believe how gray it is and gloomy,
and brown and gray and ashy. The other day, I was at the store and I had my son with me, and I was looking around. I was like the sky was like this, right? And I'm like, am I going colorblind or what? Because the whole world just looks brown
all the
and
colors
gray.
are being robbed.
It's weird looking.
Tons of color in the sky, but on the ground, everything's gray and weird, and it's got a funky shadow that we're not used to seeing. And I've been screaming that for months now, going, how can you not notice the weird lighting? And everybody goes, it's cloudy. And I'm going, no, it's different than that. Look to the east, look to the west. It's dark over there, and it's dark over. Oh, it could be a storm coming in. No. Look, it's clear. Look at radar. It's clear. There's no clouds in the sky. Why is it dark to the east, dark to the west? Because there's planets that are cutting off the amount of light that's directly hitting Earth. It's not as ambient wide lighting as we're used to. It's a more finite, focal, direct, dead center lighting. And that's why if you roll down your window and you let the sun shine on you in winter, your skin gets really hot really fast. Well, that never used to happen when we were growing up. That would take 20 minutes to a half hour to actually warm you if you sat in the sun. And now it's in seconds. And people need to focus that this is not normal. This is totally not normal. And the thing over the top of our sunset.
I think it's crazy how sometimes you feel like it's going to storm.
Oh yeah. You can feel weather coming, and animals do it. We as humans are way more powerful and way more knowledgeable, and way more gifted. I remember I was recruited for because of my psychic skills and my science, astrophysics and chemistry skills. That was a prerequisite of why I was recruited, and my military test scores and everything. Then they IQ rated me and all of that. And then they told me about that and explained to me stuff that I didn't really want to agree with them. And if they would have communicated to me in probably a different manner than they did, I probably would have stayed. Had I been treated with a little more respect, and if they would even discuss money with me, maybe it would have been a different story. But I wasn't willing to live on an Air Force base for the rest of my life without my choice, and that's what I kind of saw coming. And Einstein was owned. Ever since the Americans ushered him out of Germany at the last second, right at the end of World War II, and they kept him under wraps and pretty much owned him and made him into a celebrity. And granted, he became famous, and we're still riding those coattails to this day. And there's been easy 5 major scientists since him that we never even talk about. None of those guys became famous, and they're completely underrated, and they're absolutely brilliant scientists. Carl Sagan's an example, absolutely brilliant, and he's chalked up as a TV personality and not the actual scientist.
Yeah, he was just a commentator. He was actually a scientist.
Yeah, he was a very gifted. Now, granted, a good portion of what the science that we run off of is theoretical, and some of these people they get absolutely famous over a theory. And then here we're putting out facts, and everybody tells us it's a theory, and it's like, no, and we're not getting famous. We're getting laughed at or scoffed at or ignored or called names. But, maybe it takes time, and perhaps our legacy will grow. And I say our because we all do this together. This is not just me doing this. And everybody's provided this information. It's citizen science. It's all of us. Yeah, there's different illuminations going on here.
Yeah, look at that. There's like a golden hue, like a golden.
Yeah, and then the sunlight spread out from the middle all the way to the middle left there for a second, and that's the bottom underneath of Uri. And then we look in the distance off into the right-hand horizon, and you're seeing all that yellow-orange, and that, of course, is direct refractive light off. We know Saturn over on the right-hand side. And this is the bottom of Nepacity, because there's the green and the fingering and the little microclouds. And then before you know it, we're going to see the open bottom core here any second now at the base of this. And I think we're probably looking at the orange area above the trees. There might even be Saru, because she should be getting closer any day now. And, because it can take only a month or 2 or 3 and bang, they're there. So we're probably viewing, if this is Nepacity and Attu's moon coming in, we're probably viewing Saru behind it, stacked out toward the horizon. And that was probably Attu going over the top of us. Because, of course, the sun is behind us to the left in this shot. And we know Attu and Uri and Nepacity are going beyond Earth right now and are visible in the illuminated sky. Although when they're very close, they are blue like everything else, because when planets get close, they look more blue than the actual planetary color. And there, right there is the wisp of Uri going by right there. And then the storms and the microclouds and all of that, and it's directly affecting Earth just about every day. And this liquid rolling sky stuff that goes off at the top of us, everybody says, oh, that's normal weather. No, there's nothing normal about what's going on right now. Here's a rolling effect of an incoming push, something shoved down on our upper atmosphere in order to get our lower atmosphere to roll like that. And it's not a precursor storm, because if you look at the ocean is calm. There's no wind going on here. This is some sort of atmospheric rolling, because something came in from above and shoved out the atmosphere to make it roll backwards like that. Because it's a backwards push.
Again, that's something I never saw
it's
as
not
a child.
Forward rolling like a wave would roll in on its face. That would be an
I've never seen anything like that when I was younger.
No.
Yeah. And they didn't exist. And this has all been happening since 2011, when the planets first started coming in on cross-passing thing. And if you can look at the rolling of the wave, it's back rolling, which shows you it came in from above to make it back roll and yet move forward. If it was a wave from something that was localized on the ground, it would be forward rolling like a wave comes in and splashes down over a crescent. But this is back rolling. And that could actually, it's either the spiral asteroid in a close pass, or what I think is actually an onset of Nepacity coming in and shoving our atmosphere out of the way. And it's just
look at them all taking pictures of it as well.
Right. Because it is so phenomenally unusual. And we've never seen these patterns except for the last 5 or 6 years. And so everybody's gotten bored with it. Oh, okay, there that is again. And we talked even the earlier 218, 219 lead asteroid close passes. They were going, oh, it's this and oh, it's that. And it's crystals in the atmosphere. And they're doing this. And this is a wake pattern of some storm, up in the Arctic. And it's just spreading the shit, and we've documented these events and looked around. There goes the core of Nepacity just past us in this visual, and there's the rain, and then it turns dark blue, and so we're looking at Attu and Attu's moon.
Yeah, well, it looked purple.
Yeah, and Attu's moon, of course, is white, and that's the illumination followed by the purple. And then it went to darkness, and now we're probably seeing object cluster groups or whatever over the top of us, because there's been sightings of that for weeks and weeks and weeks again.
Katie lost her connection, but she thanked us for having her on the show. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Oh.
Okay, it happened a minute or two ago, but yeah.
She was patching in and out, sadly, and she was stalling.
Yeah.
Shame. It's hard to stay online sometimes.
But yeah, for sure.
Or, if she wants to come back, great. I'm glad you'll be watching.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here, Katie. And it was nice to actually see you and get to know you. And now we will remember you far more easily.
No hesitation at all. Like she was just like, like she was all excited about it. So
I still get nervous before we do these.
I know. I was nervous for like a year before.
I've done hundreds of shows and I still get nervous. Like 10 o'clock this morning, I'm going, oh God, I got a show today. Or, we got a podcast today, and I got to get to the store. I got to do this, and I got to come back, and I got to be ready, and I got to be awake, and and I had another cup of coffee and that kind of thing. And believe me, that's probably why my stomach is arguing with me, is I had that second cup of coffee when I normally barely finish one anymore.
So what time is it there?
Here for me, it's 4:30 p.m.
Yeah.
And you, Rebecca?
5:30.
Oh wow.
Uh-huh.
That's early.
Yeah, it is.
It's 11:30 here. It's 30 minutes from my birthday now.
There you go.
That's right. I'm almost lampshade time.
Lampshade. I need to put the lampshades on. Maybe I'll figure it out.
Yeah, not that I'm advocating alcohol consumption, but are you going to go out and at least celebrate with a couple of friends?
No, I've got work.
Well, did you buy yourself something special for dinner at least?
I did, and I made it for me and Lindsay. She says she's listening tonight, so hi, Lindsay.
Hi, Lindsay.
Yeah, I've been experimenting with that new little stove, and I make a killer roast of anything that I can manage to get my hands on.
I haven't cooked a roast in a couple of months. You said roast, and I went because I want another roast, definitely.
Well, I did a roast chicken for me and Lindsay, like roast chicken, and I make like an eclectic bunch of vegetables as well, because I had cauliflower, and I chopped the cauliflower and left some like debris maybe on the counter near where the cats eat, and when I turned around again, I heard and there was one of the cats eating raw cauliflower crumbles.
I had a cat that was ape over cantaloupe. Anytime we had any cantaloupe in the house, and that even if you put the rind in the garbage can. One time I came home, and here the garbage can is laying tipped over on the ground, and I'm looking at the garbage, not really spread out, but there's a wiggling going inside the garbage can, and here this cat's all the way at the bottom of the garbage can going after that stupid watermelon rind. I mean, not watermelon, but cantaloupe, and she was absolutely insane for cantaloupe. Nothing else. Just cantaloupe. And I've never seen a cat eat that before. So.
Was it?
Yeah.
Because as I say, we had a Siamese cat that eats watermelon. I mean, not watermelon, cantaloupe. When I was a kid.
What is cantaloupe? Cantaloupe, is that like a watermelon?
No, it's brown. It's like muskmelon, but not it's a brownish exterior with an orange interior that has a whole bunch of seeds at its core, and that's what a cantaloupe is.
Is it sweet then? So it's sweet.
Oh yeah, it's very sweet. It's almost like papaya or mango.
It's kind of like a melon, like a honey.
I've got a mango. My mango's still ripening because I went to the wee store and I thought, what am I going to get? And then I seen this wee thing peeking out. And I thought, oh right, that'll do. But when I tried to pick them up, they were kind of hard. But I had touched that one first, so I thought, well, I can't put it back because I've touched it.
Yeah, those are
so
rare.
I put it on the counter.
Yeah, we probably have some vegetables that you guys don't get, and you guys have stuff that we don't get. I mean,
so I had this major mango. Oh, and I had 2 sweet potatoes from Egypt.
Okay.
I
am not a fan of sweet potato in any way, shape, or form. I cannot put them in my mouth.
You don't like sweet potato? Oh my word!
That is the one thing. Next to liver, I've eaten liver. I don't like it, but if I put sweet potato in my mouth, and it's been my whole life, if I put it in my mouth, my body does not like the texture, and I get ill. I throw up right there on the spot. and it's the texture. I don't know what it is about sweet potatoes, but I cannot eat
It's
them.
like pears. I can't do pears because they're furry. I hold at my mother like, oh, that thing. I don't
bite into a peach either. You're right. Yeah, I can't do that. It's
furry, man.
It's a texture.
Yeah.
I was picky. I'm a little picky, a little, but
that must be another thing that people share in common.
Oh, texture is huge to the human brain.
What about sweet potato fries? Is that?
I don't know.
Because they're fried and the texture's changed.
Because I don't like sweet potatoes a whole lot, but I don't get sick because of them,
to me, it's just the texture. You go to swallow it, and it comes right back out. It's like, no, you're not going down. You're coming out.
You're coming out, man.
I've eaten caviar and escargot and all of that stuff. I don't care for caviar at all. But I don't mind snails or sea bugs or lobster or and I like I absolutely live for fried clams. And
my mother and father loved cockles and mussels and stuff. When we went to Durban in South Africa, there was one beautiful photograph I've got of my parents is when they were in their swimming costumes peeling these things off the rocks in Durban, like, oh, we'll make these, and they got them a little pot and they were boiling them, and me and Graham, my brother, were going,
But then the next thing that I don't care for, but sweet potatoes is number one on my list. No.
Well, so we had sweet potatoes and Brussels sprouts and the cauliflower. I was going to do a cheese sauce, but time ran away from us.
Brussels sprouts are bitter. Yeah. Unless somebody knows how to cook them better than my mom,
So you boil them until they're nice and soft, and then you can mash them with butter and salt and pepper. Oh my God, it's killer.
Well, now you got to remember I was raised Dutch, and I can talk to you about what is known, and you can look this up in Dutch recipes. Stamppot. Oh my God, I ate that for so often, so many times in my life, and it's mashed potatoes and spinach and sausage, and all blended and cooked in a crock pot over the whole day, and they do different variants. Sometimes they'll add like carrots to the potatoes and sausage, or a different vegetable to the potatoes and sausage, and don't forget a touch of sauerkraut to add into the whole mix. And so I was
wondering what that stuff tastes like. I never could get around to that.
Malt balls make Katie gag. She says malt balls.
Well, if you knew how sauerkraut was made, you wouldn't eat it. But anyway, let's get back to the skies.
Hey, what about Worcestershire sauce?
Yeah, Worcestershire sauce. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that it had anchovies in it.
Oh yeah, it's from England and it's
very strange ingredients. I thought, but
so is vinegary. That stuff is vinegary.
Well, all you guys, if you ever really want to look up something spooky, look up the what Rome and early Roman period of time. They had a meat. They call it a fish paste, but it's in actuality that way it's easiest for them to refer to it as. But garum is actually rotten fish that has turned in seawater to create this natural made monosodium glutamate that the entire Roman Empire thrived upon. There was a mass industry on making garum alone.
Yeah, I just got chills thinking about that, man.
Yeah. Type in garum, Garim, something, or RRIM or whatever. But the Roman legion, throughout the whole history of Rome, they lived on garum, and it's worth seeing how they make that, and you'll just go, oh my God! And these people ate that, and they would ship it around the ocean in these the clay amphorae by the decaliters, 20 gallons at a time or 20 liters or whatever.
Can you imagine in those ships in the olden days with all that stuff rolling around in the holds and?
Well, they didn't roll around, and that's why the amphorae were shaped so that they would fit into this hole of a rack. And there was two holes that were aligned, and they would just set it into this rack, and it would stand up. And it was, of course, sealed with wax and canvas on the top, so it didn't leak out. But these amphorae stood where they could be packed, and then you could put another one the opposite way, and they fit together so tightly that way they didn't roll back and forth on the ship and break, because the amphorae, which were clay pots that had these pointed little, and they didn't stand up for beans by themselves, but you took it off the ship and you put it in your rack at home, and then you could have your wine or your garum in it by 20 liters at a time, or and they stored a lot of food in amphorae, amphorae, and they're the big clay throwaway pots, and if you go in, like the Red Sea, or even they're doing a lot of this research now from when the Greeks moved up into that area now, and they're judging the date of the Roman Empire, and if you look on the bottom of the ocean, they're all over the place. And I'd love to have one that's up to 2,000 years old. Yeah. That was the standard shipping. It's like we use plastic bags today. Well, they used amphora.
Audrey said they still make that. I guess it's that garum in Alaska and Iceland.
I would imagine. It's like
them fish up there, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, and there are people. It's like those people who are all about caviar, for instance. Excuse me, thank you. No, I mean, to me, that's walking up to the shore of the lake and pulling a rock over and finding a rotten fish carcass and actually just putting it in your mouth. It's like, no, thank you. And I went to these expensive hotel parties when I was working for the Red Lion, when I was in corporate management. And we'd go to these, expensive parties, and we got beluga caviar. And, the hostess rushes up and throws, this big spoonful wad on this cracker and hands it to me and literally stuffs it in my mouth. You've got to try it. It's so fresh. And I've got it in my mouth going, thank you. And 20 seconds later, I'm horking this out into a napkin. And
just make sure that nobody sees you.
Yeah, I sat there, smiled, and went, "Thank you." And in the moment she was looking the other way, I mean,
you're like,
no. I'm Dutch, but I'm landlocked Dutch in Montana. We don't eat a lot of seafood, although I eat most seafood. I've had shark, I've had orange roughy, I've had squid, I've had octopus, I've had
squid. No way.
Squid is like eating, to me, it's like eating half-cooked pasta. It's about the same.
Yeah, isn't it rubbery?
Yeah, well, it's just
squid and eel and shit like that. Oh my god!
And they didn't finish cooking them, and that's about the flavor too, as well. It just doesn't have much flavor. It's like, okay, if you want to eat that, I guess.
Happy birthday, Joel.
I wouldn't do well with Greek cuisine, I'm sure, but I know the deer eat my grape leaves all the time, but
so is that another birthday boy there?
I know. Joel, his birthday is in about 17 minutes, as is Gillian's birthday. So you
must be in the UK too then, or Ireland, or
right. So you all have a mutual birthday.
So what zodiacal sign are we stepping into?
I'm Capricorn, so I don't know.
Yeah, okay, Capricorn. All right. Already? Wow, I thought Capricorn ran to all the way until like February. Weird. Okay, this is the part where it always between Aquarius and Capricorn always confuses me.
Yeah, my happy little Cappy. That's me.
Happy Cappy.
Happy little Cappy.
Have you got any
as
more?
The Americans say, happy little Cappy.
We wander off into gossip land too much farther.
So have we got any more pictures?
Hi, Jerry. Jerry's telling you happy birthday, Julian.
Thank you very much.
So
we'll talk to you.
He's like, the baby's just delivered some asteroids. Lovely little kids do that kind of thing.
There's usually more if you want to keep going. Let me look and see. Yeah, I have a video I haven't shared yet. It's just
only at 3 hours 43 minutes.
I know. Really?
Yeah, it's just I've got a shift tomorrow, so I have to remember going to bed.
Okay. Well,
look at that.
Half Moon Bay. That's just south of San Francisco. And that's, of course, the extra large waves that are still coming in. They are not as massive as they were last week, but there is a lot of really strange, and the ocean tide thing is heightened from the jet streams and planetary tip and all of that. And that, of course, is Saudi Arabia. They had a continuation of their storm issues, and as you can see in Arabic, that's written in Arabic above there. And that is the rolling hailstorm. It's not snow, it's hail. Flood of hail.
Something exploded, and now this is in the sky. What is that? What is that? Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Something exploded. What is that? I can't. I'm recording. I don't want to move. I gotta record this.
It looks a little bit like a cube, and then a ship that came off the cube.
What the fuck?
Such good verbiage, lady. You're on public television. There's children around.
Oh hell no! What is this?
I am tempted to say that is the Texas Cube, or the long, yeah, probably Texas Cube, and we're seeing a ship come off the Texas Cube.
What did it do? I didn't see it from the start because one of the cats got into my birthday bag.
There was a little light that came off the lower right base that dropped down and then vanished.
Yeah.
It didn't look like an asteroid or an explosion or anything. It looked like a traveling illuminated ship.
Whoa.
Yeah. This is, of course, this is the landslides the day after the Japan 7.6. And a lot of people lost their houses after the fact because they had upward of 180 aftershocks. And I believe the last count of the death toll was somewhere around 87, 88 people. And it may run up to 120 before the week is out. And I keep telling people, you know, if you own property, even if you rent, all of this stuff can happen to us. Every one of us.
I've got a video of a glowing red object over the moon.
Yeah.
Clear as day.
Yeah, that
you
was
can
the
see
same
it.
one.
It's glowing, it's red, and it's over the moon. After this plays, I'll tell you what I think.
Okay. We'd love to hear what you think.
Cheesehead.
Yeah, Cheesehead. That, of course, is a football thing from, I believe, Wisconsin. And you can see the light is actually shining down on the darkened side of the moon, and that's what that red illumination is all about. And to me, it looks, on my larger screen, it definitely looks very, very Star Destroyer-like. Because if we're a mile, that's exactly what they are. They're literally like a mile long. They're big. Yeah, that too. They're looking at the bottom of the Star Destroyer. And we're unfortunately looking at the bottom of it, but I bet you if you were to come up on top of that, you'd see a conning tower up on top. And those things are massive, and I've seen one of those up close on 2 different occasions. One flying over me and one actually parked, but that was in a different controlled environment that I'm not allowed to talk about. But they are quite real, folks, just like the movie Star Wars, and I am not kidding you. I am, and it just amazes me to this day this hasn't gone, and maybe because of Star Wars it hasn't gone viral.
Look at that inside there.
Hey, what the fuck?
Yeah, every time somebody says that, it just blows me away, too. Lebanon? That's not spelled correctly. Is that Lebanon or Liberia?
Must be Lebanon.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and this is going to happen to everybody, and it's going to happen all the way through the winter. It's going to happen all the way through the spring and the summer, and And their France is flooding, and all of their rivers are flooding. It isn't all regionally flooded like many places are, but their rivers are way higher. And remember, just last year, all these rivers were bone dry. So we're seeing extremes, and I imagine a lot of that moisture up into the atmosphere, which is what's raining down now and coming down, because our low pressure systems and on land hurricanes that never
Look
used
at
to
that
exist
thing
most
there.
hurricanes. Yeah, well, that's back to that. We talked about this earlier because that was cited also, but that might be that physically open portal, except this is more like we were thinking it was like an illumination of either the red asteroid or the bottom of a ship or something. Or that could even be illuminated Nepenthe core on a distance. But we know that Nepenthe core is larger, usually. So depending on where this was captured, this is why I'm giving you 4 or 5 examples of what it can be. But that is definitely an illuminated
Isn't it big or small according to the distance away?
Right, and Nepenthe does come in where we do see a smaller open core. Yeah,
Look
this
at
is
that
the one where we were talking about the opening of the wormhole. We talked about this one last week. And see how that side angle is? Oh, Rebecca's gone. We have a video of that showing that same wormhole at that same angle days later, where it's a stable open hole. And you can see the blackness through the hole. And this is the one I was typing to everybody on Facebook.
Seen that?
And
come out of the clouds?
Yeah, that I believe that's a ship opening a stable wormhole. And then you're looking at the interaction of the electrical connection because of it.
Wow. Oh gosh, excuse me.
Yeah, well, there's a lot going on. There's just so much going on that we can't tag it all. We can talk about the comparatives of what we've seen from day one, from 2011, etc. Excuse me for just a second.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. Nova was talking to me about the oven. The oven still works, although the burners on top don't. I got one tiny little one that's working, so I'm going to have to cook for the next couple of days on one little burner.
No, so you're getting a stove and I'm getting a washing machine.
Yeah. I got one that was in the store, and actually it had to do with the fact that they deliver also, because I don't own a truck, and it's over 30 miles away. So, and I would have to rent or pay somebody an exuberant amount of money to bring it into my home, because I'm elderly now, And the
senior. Something of mine said senior, and I was like, what?
I'm a senior citizen now, and that all happened in the time I was sitting in this chair working for everybody else, and I put a whole past almost a decade and a half into this for everybody, and wow, how did the time fly by, right, Rebecca?
No, I know. I mean, see, I found your videos back in 2014, but I didn't start the group until 2017. But yeah, when you think 10 years have flown by, for me at least, I can't imagine even longer.
And we've been
2014.
Yeah, 2014. That's when I found.
Yeah, because Lindsay said that you were always sending sky pictures to her Nibiru ascending. Her group with McKenna Kate is Nibiru ascending, and that's where they were when they first seen Sam's work. And I followed them there because of just some bizarre random thing that I saw, and then I typed in the word Nibiru, and I thought, I won't see anything because I don't even know why I'm typing this word in, but something told me this is the right word. But it's so weird because I think it was before that, had a run-in with another one of those Zecharia Sitchin books. So it was kind of on my mind, but I remember seeing, why is the sun in the wrong place? And why is there this big hole burned in my grass? And it's like a perfect circle, because this sun would be right above, and it would just burn down onto this ground in South Africa, and it would be like a perfect dead ring in the middle of the garden, like a circle, like a crop circle almost, but it was in the garden, and everything was just dead, and it wouldn't grow there. Wouldn't grow, and the sun was in the wrong place with it.
Yeah, when the sun started coming up in the northwest sky in 2011, and that's huge. It's huge information, and a lot of people don't grasp that because our sun rises due east. It always has. And then when the sun started rising and of course we knew about the second star, but it didn't cross-reference because we were going through the transition where we were watching it on live cams in Antarctica. And then when it finally got up to the northern hemisphere, like a year and a half later, where you could actually visibly see it in the morning at sunrise, and then that bigger bright sun, it blew me away. And I thought, okay, Earth tip, and I knew that maybe the sun had moved and our axis angle had changed, but the fact is that it was so much larger, and that then it took quite a while for it to dawn on me. That's the larger star that was blanking out our star, which is still sort of, at that time, was still sort of rising in the east, and then over from 2010, 11, and 12, and then they crossed paths with each other. And then we had the backblow CMEs of 2012, which you can also look up on YouTube, I'm sure. And when all of that transition was occurring, and then we saw the planets, and then the eclipse, and the object cluster group, and the Anno Domini star, and the illuminations of the tail of the ion tail of the lead asteroid, and all of that occurring, then we knew that, this was all going. And this is, of course, when we first started documenting all of this small stuff, way back when it was just small, tiny still. And now if you look at the sky, it's a completely different ballgame. And we're talking, we were talking the size of a pea to the size of a football stadium. So weird stuff has transitioned, and unfortunately, a lot of folks have just immediately stepped into it. It's like they're huge, and they don't.
I typed in sun back blows, and all I got was back blows when somebody's choking.
Yeah, back blow CME of 2012, and perhaps you could actually probably even get some of that information from Suspicious Observer. I think he maybe have documented it. I don't know. I don't have to go look it up.
It says the near miss of the solar superstorm of July 2012.
Yeah, that could be how they explain it.
What was the CME from the sun in 2012? What was the prominent solar flare in 2012?
Right, that was.
When was the last time a CME hit Earth?
Yeah, they're grazing over it with misinformation. But if you go to YouTube rather than, because you're probably looking up on Google, right?
Yeah, it says here on July the 23rd, 2012, a massive cloud of solar material erupted off the sun's right side, zooming out into space and passing one of the NASA's twin stereo spacecraft along the way. Scientists clocked this giant cloud known as a coronal mass ejection, or CME, as traveling over 1,800 miles per second as it left the sun.
Yeah, that's because the back blow went to the left.
Yeah, back blow.
Yeah, I have that picture still to this day. Yeah, that's literally what it was, and and if you want, I can send you a copy of that picture, Rebecca, if you think you can get it up fast enough while it's still on topic.
Sure. Yeah, I can.
I know exactly where that picture is.
Well, see, there's them pictures, the other ones.
Okay, I have sent it on the Rebecca Gillian Facebook private message link. And you should have it.
Yep.
Now, if you'll post that for folks, while you're doing that, get ready. I'm going to go run over and get a new drink.
Wow, look at the sun stuff. Beautiful pictures, though. Yeah, look at that one, Rebecca. Oh, look. I touched it.
What was it?
Yeah.
What is it though? I see. Oh, the CME.
That's a CME, but it's bursting forward in between stereo A and B.
Oh boy. Okay.
And that would be a flare that over time would fan out in a rotation that would actually hit Earth. And then, a lot of times you have to learn about the sun. You have to find out if these coronal mass ejections are Earth facing or not, whether they will affect us greatly or not. And then you have to also take into account that there's this rounding fan-like spray that it goes off in as the sun rotates. It puts out this arm, and that sometimes takes days to envelop, or it could be even within hours, depending on the direction of the CME. So as soon as you can post that, we can discuss it.
Yeah, it's
of course arguing with you, right?
I mean, it is, right. It's not updating. It says it's updated, but I go to get it and it's not updated. So that's why I had to back out a minute ago.
I'll check.
I have to do that again.
Yeah, I see your face icon on it, so it does say you got it.
Right, I definitely got it. It's up. It's StreamYard is the thing. Connection with Google Files. So,
and I wonder if some of that, might be limiting some of our posts as well, because we know that, there are limitations on.
Yeah, you sent it is there.
I'm going to back out. I'll be right back.
Yeah, look at that. There's another that's been reversed, but look at the body. Look at the body in the corner, in the upper corner. It shows you the larger star behind our star, and that CME is reaching it. Why that's reversed, I don't know, but in from maybe we're seeing the opposite through your camera, but because in my picture,
I turned it upside down. Yeah.
Okay.
The upside down one.
It'll be there now.
It shows one to the. It shows you the both that there's two bodies there. There's not just one. But people don't look at the dark areas. They always look at the light areas, and then they go, "Oh, I see this. All I see is the CME." But if you look, the CME is going around another object. And that's the second star that when it came in and they joined, and they're co-joined currently. And then we think that they're separating by angle change, because that's been reported by Michelle. Yeah, there you go. That look in the upper left corner, that is a larger, bigger star behind. And you can
so
see
did you get pictures from Michelle?
No, I don't think I did. I hadn't seen them. I sort of kind of forgot about it, but they would have come up
Michelle,
if I would have seen them.
Michelle Mountain,
South Africa. We were talking about two suns separating,
right?
And we believe separation is anytime now occurring. So,
I got pictures from Michelle too,
and of course that will be affected. Our out view up here will be affected by the fact that Saturn yellow moon is actually coming in front of.
It's your birthday.
Is it?
Right. I just wanted to make sure it's birthday. Happy birthday to Gillian and Joel.
Birthday to you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now I have to go put some pizzas in the oven, and I'll be right back.
Birthday pizzas. All right. It's in honor of Gillian and Joel.
Birthday pizzas. So where are you, Joel? I wonder where Joel is.
Right.
Where's Joel?
Right. I don't know. Maybe he'll tell us.
I
just know he's somewhere on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
I was just looking at my pretty birthday present that I got.
Let me see.
Well.
Oh, okay. Is it the movie? Is that what that is? A DVD?
No, it's actually oracle cards.
Oh, okay. All right. Nice.
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
Oh, yeah, those are pretty.
Yeah, all my colors. I love the indigos and the greens and the deeply blues, and it's got gold around the edges. They're really beautiful.
Nice. Is there a certain store there that you buy that, or did you get those, or somebody buy them for you?
Lindsay, it was my birthday gift from Lindsay. So
okay. Well, she did a good job. She knows you will.
Yep. Yeah, we went to see the movie together. It was the first time she ever seen them.
The Avatar movies.
Yeah.
I need to see those again. I never saw the second one.
Thank you.
I just saw the first one, and
you have to see The Way of Water. It's just amazing.
Yes.
And then, of course, the new one's coming in December, and it's called The Seed Bearer. It's about the tree of life. You know how there's a magical tree. It's called Iowa.
Yeah, can you imagine being able to connect directly with, you know, some little attachment on your body that you can attach to the tree or the animals or the beasts? That's a really cool concept. I like how they.
Yeah, I love that. It was really powerful that you would go and be with your ancestors.
Could you imagine if we humans had? Of course, we do have that kind of link. We actually do. We have a lot more power than we realize. And, you know, I wish I had most of you out there that were interested in learning that in front of me so I could actually teach some of these things, because there's quite a bit of information that I know that from what my study all my life, what I've learned from age 9 on, or 5 even. You know, when I was first able to read, the first thing I wanted to do was find the magic book section in the library. Come to find out they didn't have one at the local library, and I was a little bit disturbed. And then, of course, I've spent my entire life looking for the secret magic, you know, tomes and how to do this and how to do that. And I've learned that the actual magic is learning and meditation. I've learned some skills, and I've done some really crazy shit that some of my friends go, we don't want you to do that around us anymore, please. It's too frightening and scary. And they've meant, I've had witnesses to some of the meetings, and they don't appreciate that either. So, and then I've taken the guys, and we went up to that lake, and we got all those pictures of all those ghosts. And those two friends that were with me for that were a little bit mad at me over that one. So after the fact, you know, and they were, and
like, how long did it take them to get over that?
One of them just immediately wrote it off and went, oh, okay, that was, you know, we were seeing things. And then the other one that was watching the ghosts had a level of more closer to American religions that put him in a conflict and a bind. And then yet he was concerned about it years later. So I haven't talked to him in a very long time to know where he is today off of that. And he's got a family and kids, and they moved up out of town here and up to Kalispell. And I haven't seen him in years, but I'm sure he probably remembers it. And the other one, of course, is in absolute denial because he's caught up in the world of the almighty dollar. So, and he's one of those people that can justify anything and just put it out of his mind and then forget it exists, which is what my mother could do. And I always really detested that in her, that she could write things off as easily as she did. Anyway, that's another personal story I don't even need to get into.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, there is so much more going on than we, you know, as humans live with on a daily basis that goes on right around us, behind our back, and including ghosts and spooks and spirits and all kinds of stuff, and ET. And if you knew how often ET goes by here, you would be freaked out. And if you knew how many ETs are directly above us right now around Earth, you'd freak out. And I've been hoping that the rest of the world would get on board with this and start talking about, you know, the long box cube, the Texas cube, the Empire orbs, the star destroyers, and all the landing craft and the discs. And I mean, just this week we're talking about that opening portal ship that we're watching it happen again. This is not the first time we've seen this. This is, you know, the umpteenth, and we're watching this behavior happen over and over again. And yet it is somehow briefly discussed by, you know, a couple of sidebar people on YouTube, and yet completely written off 5 minutes afterwards. And it's like, no, this is a little more important, and it is important, and people need to get really semi-proactive and start to take into account that, you know, there's a lot going on, and it might be dire. It may be dire.
Right.
Yeah, look at that upper area. That blows me away. That
look at
white
that
line
thing that goes down like.
Yeah, you can. Wow.
Yeah, that
again, all hazy and dirty looking, just kind of tan color.
Yeah, well, that's the haze. That's the cut off of the light, and you can see that it's kind of pinched on both sides and from the top. And what's blowing me away is the sea trail in the upper right that was gone. And
yeah, look at that thing. Where did it go?
Well, the question is, what are they trying to hide? And they're doing it far less than they used to. The sky used to be, X'd out and blanded out so bad you couldn't see anything. But they tell on themselves, and that right there is the tan asteroid in the side face of Uri. That sea trail is going directly in front of it, and you can see in this shot the illumination is still there, although it's completely grayed out. And look at the shape of the sun; it's wrong, it's pinched, and people don't. They go, oh, it's just the clouds. No, but the clouds are rolling by, but that pinch stays, or it gets worse, like we're looking at right now. So
you get all that dark stuff going past.
Right, and you can't just attribute it to regular normal clouds, because what we're looking at rotate around us and in front of us is not normal. I never.
What's all that black stuff? Why does it go black? It freaks me out that it goes black.
That's the normal clouds underneath mixing in with the atmospheric clouds, and this could be the planet Nepenthe going over the top, and we're just barely seeing any of the smidge of the sun. The bottom part of the sun is showing, and the rest is cut off by atmosphere of a passing planet. And now you're seeing the flaring, and it gets big, and that's the bottom of the planet that's shining. And yet the sun is going to sundown, and as you can see down at the horizon, there's the small sun, and anything that's illuminating above that in the blue area is planet, and that all that dark low horizontal is our sunset of our normal sky, and everything above it that's light blue, like in this shot right here, the light blue illuminated upper area is the sun shining on the bottom of a passing planet. And that's why it's flaring and gets so big, and everybody goes, why is the sun so big? Well, because it's refracting, and we're seeing this refraction off the bottom of the planet, and it becomes an hourglass, if not a major illumination, which is a light pinch between two other bodies. See here, on the left is the rotating planet Nepenthe. You can see the green, and the core cloud, we're seeing half the core cloud on the left-hand side. And the red, of course, again, is the red refraction color of the side illumination of Isatum, which is on the right-hand side of the sun. And here it is after sunset, so the refraction is shining on Isatum, and then it's refracting up and bouncing on the planets behind and above.
So Isatum was then down.
At this time, it's somewhere to the right at sunset.
And down, it's like down, so you just see the head of it.
In other cases, it's over at the top of us, depending on where this capture is. And everybody's angled capture is different.
Yeah, that does your head in, because you can see a different bit of something.
Right, and
then trying to put it all together to figure out which one it is.
And this, I'm the clearinghouse, and everybody sends me all of this stuff, and I'm all trying to cram it into one little picture, and so it blends, and it shows me more because I'm looking at more, and I'm getting more information than the average person would take in, and which is part of how I can do what I can do and what we do as a group, because we share all this information amongst ourselves and sister sites and all of that, which is where the science came from, which is why we're doing what we're doing. Otherwise, we wouldn't be standing here just to raise money for some useless podcast where we talk about whether or not we like sweet potatoes. And we can.
Now it's a special day. We could talk about a sweet potato for 2 seconds.
Every once in a while, we can be normal. Be just podcast.
But you've got to feed the brains, haven't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a video I had. I don't think. Trying to find
there's a question off of Andrea about the different colors of blue.
Yeah, in the olden days, back in the 90s, is it the 90s were olden days, not the 50s? All the way back to the 50s. Yes, the lower down on the sky you go, it is more light blue, but and that's in painting as well. It becomes a light and faded away and harder to see. But yeah, it used to be a light, pale blue, and now we barely even see that. And And it used to be that same pale blue all the way if you look straight up. And it was slightly darker as you look straight up, but nothing compared to what we see now with these massive blacks and the oranges and the reds and the stripes and the bubbles and the mantis and all of this. This is nothing like the old sky. And if you want to look at what the old sky used to look like, go back to a John Wayne movie. They were filmed in the late 60s, early 70s. And you see the normal sky. Look at the westerns. Look at the sky, because that's the real old sky. In the back, it doesn't matter, that they're portraying it's 1850 or 1865 or 1870 or whatever, the Wild West days. But the filming of those John Wayne movies, you can see, like go watch True Grit or anything like that, or Sons of Katie Elder, whatever, and you will see the real old sky. It used to be boring. It used to be just totally boring. Like what we're looking at here is probably a really big close-up of the red asteroid, with Nepenthe behind it and the rain bomb.
Yeah, that'd be huge for the red asteroid.
And we have to expect that we're going to be seeing some pictures of very enlarged cameo rolls of the visiting asteroid groups, because they are going over the top of us again, and we're at the end of the 180-day cycle. And remember the post-December Boxing Day issues and how we've throughout 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 had all of these freak weird close passing storms and events that we documented and attributed, and everybody went nah, and then they didn't get it, and they didn't get it, and then this is what the whole ramification of the 180-day cycle is, and how the orbit changes and all of that.
I was going to say about that. I know I showed this earlier, but that blue color, how, just immediate.
Yeah, that never existed. And what we're looking at is the shadowed half of this dark. Actually, there's two planets here and a moon in this shot.
Yeah, Oracle.
And the real sky is the yellow in the left-hand horizontal corner. And we never saw this dark blue with clouds wrapping around in a rounded fashion. And I'm serious about this. Go back and look at the movie True Grit. Go back at Sons of Kate. Go back to, even a Clint Eastwood movie, or depending on which, John Wayne or Clint Eastwood, or even the Italian westerns, spaghetti westerns. Go back and look at those, because they've got a lot of great sky scenes in it. That's why I prominently say western. Or go back to any 1990 or before movie, and you'll see the real sky. And we don't have that sky today. And that's where I start with a lot of people. At the truck stop, I go, have you noticed the skies are really weird? Well, yeah, but I don't know what it is, and that's the premise that I start off of.
Yeah.
And here we're looking at the planet sky thing again, and that's the bottom of Nepenthe in the base cloud and the open core. And you can see the little edging.
I'll be like, doesn't the sky look weird today? The clouds look crazy, in the checkout line, and yeah.
Yeah, and then they look at you like you're an absolute loony, like you just bug sprayed yourself. Like
South Africa, so the view in South Africa is a little bit different than what we see it here. We up here on the northern hemisphere see it as over the top of us, and yet they see it out in the distance away from them, where we up here see it over.
Yeah, you could see it at the side. You would just see like a bobbing head go past.
Yeah, and I spin my brain on that one all the time, trying to imagine what New Zealand sees and what South Africa and Australia see, and then I'm trying to cram it in, going, okay, it's a little bit different, but shouldn't it be upside down and opposite? Of course, and I'm always, and I get.
Yeah, I got some memories from 4 years ago, or it was 5 or 6 years ago, and I thought, sure, but already.
Oh, and hey, Robert in New Zealand, you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you. And of course, Petty again, you're doing a great job, and we're still waiting on you, Planet X Hunter. Dave's.
I messaged him again yesterday.
So
I sent a few messages out to people.
And then, of course, we're going to give a heads up to our friends in Skywatcher new sister site.
Nibiru Watch Africa.
Right. Thank you.
Right?
I was just trying to look it up so I could pronounce it properly, not mislead people. Yeah.
Let me see. I have them.
And he's getting a little excited. And I watched one of his posts that he sent over to my page. And it was a little bit of exaggeration going on there. And I'm not going to try and chide him over it, but I'll mention it this time. Careful of the facts that you are sharing, because we do not need to exaggerate. Let's try and stick with the basic information. And if you
was it something that he created or something that he found and shared?
He found our information, shared our information, and then embellished in the conversation, saying that there was millions of, and there wasn't millions of. There might have been hundreds of. And I caution people to be as, credibly factual, although, there a little bit of hype is okay, a little bit, but we and Rebecca and I talk about this regularly about, do we add a little bit of hype, just a little bit of seasoning on the edge of this, and we generically do not. And we try to keep it toned down, and every once in a while we'll add a little flavoring to the story, but nothing where we're exaggerating at all, because that can jump and bite you in the backside later.
Right.
So, and then of course I'm very strict about the science that I do personally, and I try to impress that upon others, although I can't control everyone, and nor do I try. So yeah, Nibiru Watch Africa, and he's doing a good job. He's entertaining. He's working at it, and you can tell because he has saved and gathered the information that we share in a credible manner, and he's actually putting together some videos on his own, which I approve of, but be careful on what you do and how you do it. That's all I ask. And as long as you're being careful, I won't chide you too hard, because if you make a mistake and I catch it, I'll make a comment, and hopefully you're not insulted by it, but I'll correct you lightly, hopefully, if I see something wrong. If not, if I don't say anything, then you're doing okay.
Yeah, it's like no news is good news, right?
Yeah, and I myself make mistakes on occasion, and Rebecca makes mistakes, and we all make mistakes. And remember, I had to correct myself twice on the Joplin, Missouri tornado storm, and apparently there was a couple of them.
Yeah,
that were major, and
I remember that.
I don't think that even the system knows which was the worst one, but I still believe it was 2011. And then I had to correct, and I said, well, it was 2013. And I went, no, it was 2011. And, because the stories weren't matching what I was seeing on YouTube, which drugged me over into like, oh, maybe I'm wrong. And usually I'm not. I have a pretty good track record, so I do trust that. And here we are looking at very purple Atu over the top of us. So that makes this about 4 or 5 months old.
Yeah. So this is, okay.
If it's not, and I'm wrong, that would be interesting. But this,
I was going to say,
this is definitely Atu. This is definitely
right.
Atu.
I was going to say, those clouds look like Atu to me.
Yeah, and the color up in the dark upper right corner.
The color, but the clouds.
Now it could be Nepacity directly behind Atu. It could be. If it and that would fall into current. If this is a current picture, then that is what that is. But Atu proper has not been over the top of us, dead center to right for a couple of months, like 2, 3, 4 months. That's why I said this is probably about 4 months old. If it is, if it's not, then it's Atu with Nepacity behind it, which is weird from point of view from wherever this was captured.
Yeah.
If
that's the case, then Atu's moon is probably like right in front.
Okay, it's pizza cutting time. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
Oh, wow. I got this one on my phone.
What is that? What is it? Oh, wow. Is that yours? You took
it?
Dang. You should send that to me. So I can see it better. That looks really, really good, like mine the other day. But this one I found in my my Google Photos a few days ago. Do you remember this one?
Yeah. This was my memories because it's in my memories of what happened this time 4 years ago or something.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, it has been.
This one is the 21st of March, 2022. Up at the beach.
I mean, the yellow area is our sky.
Yeah.
So
I sent you the picture.
Sam said this was Attu, and you can see at an angle, about 30 degrees down, you can see it's even a darker, color, which is probably Attu's moon. So, but yeah, I just love this one. I was happy when I found it because I had lost track of it for a good while, so.
Yeah, I was looking for this one for a long time because it's got the two bodies in it and then our little scratch of sky at the bottom. If you look at the picture, you can maybe tell me what you think it is. It's obviously Saturn on that side.
Yeah. When was this?
It says there, down below.
Oh, okay.
21st of March, 2022.
I see.
Experimental Elemental says 21st of March, spring equinox. So that'll be like heading into the 180-day cycle.
I know. It's like it's almost time for a new 180-day cycle, and we never really finished the last.
I think we're not even finished with the other one.
A continuous 180-day cycle is like what it seems like. So
I actually have to go somewhere for a minute.
Go ahead. Sure.
Yeah.
So I got another picture of Attu. I've been to load, but it's like this one. It's almost as good as this one. Almost.
And I'm back.
Okay, Sam. I was talking about this picture. So
yes, the standard frozen pizza for the girls on podcast night.
Yes. Well, what's their favorite flavor?
Well, Nova likes pepperoni, and last week she tried the Supreme, and we of course buy the Red Baron, and they're currently on sale, which is great.
Yes.
And Shiloh likes the 4 cheese. She does not want to do pepperoni at all. She's a cheese pizza fan all the way across the board. So
okay, right.
And I have bought pizzas by mistake, and then Nova takes all the toppings off of the Shiloh pizza, and then go, here's your cheese pizza, that kind of thing.
Okay,
and then she has double the toppings on her pizza. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cook 2 at a time, and fortunately the oven is still working, and like the top burners are what burned out. But I guess that's what you get when you buy a used stove, because Gillian, oh, she's not there. I was going to say she knew about the time because the last time my stove went out was Thanksgiving Day. We were cooking a turkey in the oven and everything. The entire stove went out, and I had a fire and all sorts of stuff.
Oh,
what was that you said you wanted?
How many years ago was that when that turkey? Remember when I was cooking my turkey dinner and my stove went out on Thanksgiving morning? Do you remember that?
Was a year or 2?
Yeah, wasn't it like 2 years ago?
2? Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm thinking this new stove that I bought from the used appliance.
2, yeah.
It didn't make it. It didn't last. It wasn't worth the money I gave them for it, and delivery and all of that, and yeah, it didn't last.
So is it just not getting gas?
It made it through Thanksgiving, but this year. But yeah, I went to make tea, and I waited for that water to boil for a very long time, and it didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that too for you, all right. Yeah, it's that.
Yeah, and then I wonder what my one was that I saw. I'm sure it was yeah, show Sam the one I sent. I think it's a Saturn.
Okay.
Was that the one that was just before this?
Because I did the blue one.
Okay, I'm sending it right now to your folder. But yeah, this is another one I just recently ran across again. I'm like, yes. It's sad when you lose them. Okay. Yeah, Gillian, when was this picture? Oh, I keep asking you that. Never mind.
The 21st of March, 2022.
You guys. Okay. But yes, I mean, yeah, that's so good. And I'm going to share it singly. Okay. Bear with me. I'm going to make it bigger.
Yeah, make it bigger. It's kind of narrow. It just came out of my memories on my little phone. But
okay. I can tell everybody is anticipating this grand reveal. Okay. It's really good for ISATM. I mean, of course, I talk about it often and how there's always this slant, to the right and to the left of our suns. It's always there. If there's any clouds at all, it's there. There it is. Ta-da. But yeah,
I remember that day because it went straight across the sky, like almost as if it was vertical. It went from one side to the other, and we were all standing under it looking, because I was at the beach with Lindsay and her wee boy. We were all standing looking like, wow.
Right. Let's pull up some other ISATM pictures just to compare, but that's just it. I found some more really good ones. I need to do like a ISATM video or something. There's so many good ones I have right now. Let's see.
I just realized I was on mute.
Oh, don't you hate that? I know.
We have 100. Well, I have two different mutes. I have one that I can set with my scroll, and then the one here on the mic. And I'm paying attention to the scroll one on the video. Oh, I could talk, and then I look over here to the right. No, wait a minute, I'm flashing. Duh. Yeah. There's a bunch of stuff I said that you guys didn't get to hear. It's literally vertical in here, and the ion tail goes all the way to the southwest, or depending on if this is a midday or a sunset shot. If this is a sunset shot, then it would be going to the east. It looks like a sunset shot.
It is sunset, yeah.
And back in that time of the year, it was Saturn's yellow moon was much smaller, and the ion tail is absolutely undeniable. You can tell that over all the other clouds in the sky, and it looks like little flame-like, and it looks completely different than all the other clouds. Mm-hmm. And then it stretches a long way in some cases. In other cases, it's short, depending on the time of day and when you see it. Now, if you're looking at the south, it's a little bit different, but it has an absolute, completely separate cloud pattern than anything else in the sky. And we have hundreds and hundreds of his Saturn and his Saturn's yellow moon captures. And going back to even that original one where we got a capture of Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon in space, where there was no clouds wrapped around it at all, and that goes all the way back to like 2018.
I have a couple more I'm going to add to this just so we could, compare. But
by all means,
what I'm doing, yeah.
And
the anticipation's agonizing.
Most of this conversation, of course, is for the new folks and the folks who are still trying to learn all of this, and because we've been doing this for so long, it's old news to us. And I'll try not to hit the mute button as often.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
One of my daughters came in and said something to me, and I hit mute, and then I forgot to turn it back on.
Okay, let me see if it's here now.
Clickety click, clickety click, clickety.
Okay.
Click, click, click.
There's one that's pretty perfect, for as planets go. And that one, look at that. I was really shocked when you said that was Isatum. Of course, this was years ago before I knew that location being,
she snuck in really fast on us too. It was a very quick transition from, remember the Dr. Phil pictures of 2019, and then 2020 rolled around in 2021, and then bang, the Saturn got hugely closer. And then I was even in awe and shock that we were seeing the yellow moon and the faceplate and all of that, and the ion tail as it was. And then literally within a month, it like doubled, if not tripled in size, which we have not seen before. It's usually a little bit slower and progressive movement. And this was just so alarmingly surprising remember how big Saturn's yellow moon got within literally a month. And it was just like, oh my God, look at this. And we knew immediately that, because we'd never seen a close past sighting of a Saturn's yellow moon that large ever before, all the way even back 2015, 2016, when it was on the other side of the sun. And then it stepped back and then went over the top of the sun, which is where we come up with the 2018 split ion tail over the top of the sun, which matches some of the Egyptian hieroglyphs and all of that. And by the way, that's also a cross reference that, shows you that this shit is real. And it back histories, backstories, whatever you want to call it, all of this information going back, 3,654 years. And so there you're looking at the side of Saturn, which is very blatantly, and then there's some illumination going on off of the side of Nibiru, but you don't see
that on the left. Is that a blue thing as well on the left? Look.
Well, there are, of course, asteroids coming in on the left-hand side. Always is.
And this is Susie. So I just want to say hi to Susie. And we're looking at pictures of Isatum at the moment. So it was because of this one here from Gillian. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, you can always see that there's just something there that, right there to the left, to the right, curving in.
Yeah, and the illumination on the side of these planets, and if you take into account where the sun is, and then you see that big rounded side illumination, there's another example of it right there. It's not majorly side illuminated, but it's completely round, and there you see it, and there you see it, and there you see it. And we're not making this up. This is real. It's there. You can see this is not a cloud. This is the side of a planet. And, people can't grasp and, wrap their minds around how could it be that big. And then we get a lot of the naysayers who don't even, who are unfortunately stuck in the gravitational Einstein theorem, that they go, oh, well, if they were that close, we'd be dead and all of this. And you got to just throw that out the window, because we're still here. And all this shit started in 2010, 2011. And so, we're still here. So therefore that proves that that's not the case. And we've seen examples of, very close planetary passes where the discharge electrical scenario has happened over and over and over and over and over again. And we've got thousands of pictures proving that. And that also, wigs right into the electrical binary solar system premise and how it's a stable scenario, and they don't crash into each other and they don't break each other up because they've been here cycle after cycle after cycle. And it's a stable binary solar system with multiple planets and 2 stars. And don't forget, Nibiru is the main orange-brown dwarf object that holds both stars and both solar systems. And we follow it, and the 2 stars spiral, and then they co-spiral and then they cross paths every 3,654 years, and then they spiral and spiral and spiral, and then cross paths again every 3,654 years. So it's a cyclic thing. It happens over and over again. So the planets don't crash into each other. There are asteroid and electrical events and discharge and debris and rain and all this other stuff and events around the Earth, and geological and tectonic plate changes and stuff that does occur to Earth, which is why it's the planet of passing. And it's part of the cycle that happens every time. And all you have to do is go back through history, and you can see there's climate change with every one of these. So it's evident, and it happens over and over and over again.
I just wonder, like how it's going to phase out. Will it just be we see less and less as they move further?
Oh, I imagine we're going to have a great show as they get smaller and smaller and do go away. And of course, people will go, "What's that?" And then we'll still know, and we'll still be screaming at them, "How could you not see this?" And I'm sure, hopefully, at some point in time, this will actually become more mainstream knowledge. And I keep
swimming in and out and doing stuff to it now. It's getting to 5 hours, so I'll pretty much have to go soon.
Well, if you're ready, anytime you're ready, and then we can wind it up whenever everybody gets tired. And I was there an hour ago, but I'm going to work my way through it. But
well, I've got to go to work, so yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, by all means.
Well, what do you want to do, Sam? You want to end it here, or?
Sure, that's fine with me.
Yeah. Okay. I'm good with that too.
I'm trying to chew a piece of pizza here at the same time, so.
Sure.
Munch. What's on your pizza? Making me hungry.
Pepperoni.
Pepperoni.
And unfortunately, it's frozen pizza, but in actuality, in some cases, it's actually Red Baron is better than some stuff that you buy in town.
I was almost tempted yesterday when I was in the co-op to get something like that, and I thought, you've got a stove now, girl. You can actually put something in, and it's not like microwave.
We had a stage line pizza close to my house when I lived downtown, and they added a cayenne pepper to their sauce that I have yet to find anywhere. And I was like, it was the best pizza that ever was because of that cayenne pepper in the sauce. And then they closed on me, and it was like, no,
they didn't give you the recipe.
It's not like I make my own tomato or marinara sauce, although I know I could. I never even looked it up before, but a little touch of cayenne pepper in the marinara is unbelievably good. But I'm one of those people that like pineapple on my pizza too. So.
Oh yeah, well. Mm-hmm.
I do too. I love that.
A lot of people that argue over that. Oh, that's blasphemy. How dare you put pineapple on pizza?
The pineapple's actually good for you as well, isn't it? I mean, when you come to fighting all the virus baddies.
Yeah. So. I've even eaten pizza with anchovies on it. So, and I'm not a major anchovy fan. It looks really, really ground up, very small. Most of the hair is taken out, and I don't need the tail or the head. Thank you. But my anchovies.
Thank you, Susie.
Yeah. So,
anchovies
sidebar into food again. I'm
like them or no?
Yeah, you're also onto your foods.
Well, I cook. I'm pretty good.
Well, you make the food, so yeah, it's like everybody automatically talks. What's the one thing that we all do the most of? Well, pretty much eat and breathe. So
yeah. When you realize as an adult, you mean I have to do this for the rest of my life? No,
Oh no.
Think for yourself, that kind of thing.
Going to starve if you. I looked at the stove when it walked in the door, and the nice man, he plugged it in, and I thought, all right, this is where it gets real. I wonder if I can remember after 5 years of care home food and being spoilt rotten, and maybe going out and getting the ready-mades up at the shops. Now you're like, nah, now you've got to actually buy stuff and make it again. Because even before that, Dad was like, no, well, I've retired now, so the one thing I can do while you're working is make the food. And that also involved making the mess that made the food. So I would come in and have to
clean that up. Katie Jo, now that we know you better, we'll of course honor your pictures, so you're more than welcome to send us what you'd like, and we'll go through it.
Night, Sabrina, and thank you for the birthday wishes. I should PM some of you now and get to know birthday. You all. Thank you.
Messages.
Thank you. Yep.
Right. Yes.
Must be Star Wars time for me again, man.
It's almost, I know.
I better go find something to watch. Yeah.
Well, I've got my little Star Wars game on PlayStation 2, which is from an old machine. I'm amazed it still runs from the 90s. But I even have the newer versions of the Battle Zone. I think it's called Battle Zone. It's been so long since I looked at it, but I like number 2. I like my PlayStation 2 Star Wars Battlezone, and I'm very addicted to the game. And I play it intuitively.
Yeah, my nieces used to play games as well before I left South Africa, and one of them was thank you, Robin. Yeah, the actual game, the last game I played, I think was a Spider-Man one, and I couldn't get the Spider-Man up onto the net thing so he could get over and through another net, and I was like,
those roll things like that where you have to go through sequences. I don't necessarily like. I like the free fight ones where you get to do and run off your skills, not where they tell you have to be. And then of course, then they came up with PlayStation 4 and Battlezone, or what the hell did my kids play forever that I couldn't even believe they were doing. Because they were into these war games. I'm going,
what do you mean, Minecraft? But they did Minecraft.
They did Minecraft for a while too, but I'm trying to think of that other one with the little box or the little cartoon characters that buy all these different guns and all this crap, and jump around and build and do all this crazy stuff. And I was surprised they were into it because they were girls, but God forbid. My girls are little tomboys, which is good. And they're gamers, and I shouldn't be, I should not be casting gender dispersions on them for being gamers, because they tell me, yeah, girls can be gamers too, and I go, okay.
It's an age range, really. It's boys and girls. Because I had 3 boys, I raised 3 boys, and it was, I had a house full of boys all the time. All their friends. Yeah, it was all about gaming, so I know.
Yeah, but now they've got these the Oculus where they stick that thing on.
That's a small portion.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried one of them a couple of seasons ago, and Lindsay's boy got them. They're incredible. But they put on the they're like, oh yeah, you just want to see the planets, don't you? So they put on the 3D planet thing for me and just left me in the chair at Christmas time, like, are you finished yet? I want my Oculus back. I'm like, well, man, I want a planet. No, go away, small human.
I have not put one of those on yet to use them. I didn't want to end up walking into the wall or anything like that.
You could. It was so cool.
Smashing the TV with your fist because you're playing these. And, Nova played the beat mix games and all of that for a while, and she's very good at it. And she has male friends that get mad at her because she's a girl and she beats them. So, anyway.
Some people just are good at that, It's just you can't fight what you're good at.
Yeah, they played, Mario Kart and stuff when they were very little, so they're definitely gamers. And off Super Nintendo Mario Kart.
You've got your fluff up my nose now.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, just watching the cat.
Right.
I know.
Yeah,
You're making Sam cough.
Yeah. You get the cat hair in the nose.
Stella's hungry. She's hungry. She's pleading. She's wrapping her tail around me and then pointing in the direction with her tail, like, feed me, mommy.
Yep. So a good time to wind it up then.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and end it here then, and we'll be back Tuesday with
thank you everybody for being here.
Sam and Jesus.
Okay. Thank you everybody.
Anyway, thank you all so much, and thank you for the donations, and y'all have a good rest of your evening.
See you soon.
And thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, happy birthday, Gillian.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye,
night, everybody. This cat's back.
I know.